Well, hello there. Better than ever, Thorcam. Even though it's a temporary setup, I'm probably gonna have to look into something more permanent. But it looks much better than it did yesterday. He's just chilling, relaxing after an uneventful morning. Because every time we wake up, he's like extra energetic for like 3 hours until pretty much 8 a.m. and then he goes back to sleeping. I guess he's gotten used to the fact that I'm like working most of the time on the computer during the day. So he's just chilling. So his peak hours is like from 5 in the morning when we wake up to 8 a.m. And then he sort of perks up during lunch a little bit. And then from 4 p.m. to roughly 8 p.m. when we go to sleep. So all right. It's 8:01. Let's jump into studying. Okay, so when we left off yesterday, we had pretty much, I'm assuming, kind of finished all the theory of JavaScript syntax part 2. And now we're jumping into some coding exercises. We finished what is it, 6? No, 5 yesterday. No, 4. Finished 4 of them yesterday. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 left today. And then we have 2 coding projects. And that will be JavaScript part 2. And then we'll jump into building interactive websites with JavaScript. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to maybe use Django in this, in Python, or maybe it's going to be just pure JavaScript with CSS and HTML. We'll see. But yeah, let's jump into further exercises. So decline everything and accept everything. Write a function decline everything that takes in an array of strings and, using for each, loops through each element in the array and calls politely decline with each of them. The for each function should apply politely decline directly. It should not merely receive an argument function that uses politely decline. You can test your function when you're ready by passing veggies array or by making your own array. So write a function, decline everything. Okay. Decline everything. Yes, I'm spelling that correctly. I'm trying to think if I'm doing the syntax correctly. I think I am. Wait, let's go back one exercise and take a look. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Oh, it deleted my stuff. Okay. Line everything. And so it should take in an array of strings and using the for each, loop through each element in the array and call politely decline on each of them. So let's remember how to use array methods. Actually, to make it a bit easier on ourselves, to sort of jog our memory this early in the morning, we can take a look at our cheat sheet. Where is it now? Wish there was a bit of an easier way to access the cheat sheets than this. Right. Supposed to be somewhere here. Wait, where is it? View path. Where's my cheat sheet? View path? No, that's just this. Ooh, we also have exams coming up. Well, not soon yet, but... let's see... No... It should be here. You know what? Let's do it faster. Eat. Iterators, objects, iterators. There we go. Okay, so we can store, we just call it on the array and pass the things that we need to pass. And we either assign it depending on what it returns. Okay, so the for each... Yeah, for each method doesn't return anything, so we don't really need to assign it to a variable. So we just call array dot for each, and right, the syntax is right. So for each element, we simply call politely decline. Politely decline with the item or element. Okay. I think no. Does your function pass the politely decline function into for each? Sort of. The for each function should apply polite decline directly. It should not merely receive an argument function that uses politely decline. For each number. I mean, that should be working. All right, let's try and pass the decline everything function veggies. I mean, it works, but Codecademy is not happy. Let's take a look at the difference. So, array. Okay, decline everything equals array. Oh, you can do that. I did not remember that. So instead of going through all the elements, we can simply omit this entire thing and just write in politely decline. Wait, something's off. Array for each, politely decline. Oh, we guessed... Right, we did it a bit weirdly. We don't need this here, we don't need this here. And... Right, this should work. Yep. Okay, so I have to remember that we can simply just pass in a function and it will automatically apply it to each element without having to declare a variable for the iterative items, I guess. Okay, so it works. Now we need to get healthy. Write a function accept everything that takes in an array of strings and loops through each element in the array and grudgingly accepts each of them by logging to the console in the following format. Okay, I guess I will eat some element. You can use any technique you want to accomplish this task. You can test your function when you're ready by passing veggies. All right, so it's an analogous situation here. We can write accept everything, and we pass in the array, and for the array, for each element in the array, we politely I guess we need to write politely accept. We could write that, or we could just console log it immediately. You know what? Just for the practice, let's write the politely accept function. So politely accept, and up here we can declare a new function, politely accept, or actually we can grudgingly. Am I spelling that correctly? Grudgingly. Yes, I was spelling grudgingly. Accept. Accept. Right, and we pass in veggies. And we simply console log. Okay, I guess I will eat some. Veg. And so technically, this should work. If we all our accept everything. Oh, right, we need to change the function name that we're passing in. So accept everything, and we pass in the veggies array. Yep. Oh, they're not happy. They're not happy I wrote my own function. Fine. I will not write my own function. For each item something seems off, but I guess we just console log hit this message right here. Oh, don't need the extra things. And instead of edge, we'll just pass in item. Nope, still not happy. Does your function log to the console in the following format for each element? Fine, I'll copy it from you. Oh, we're missing a dot. Yep, there we go. Okay, so there's two ways we can do that. We can write a helper function and pass that in as a simple argument, and it will automatically apply it when time comes. And the other way to do it is we simply declare an iterative variable, and then we define a function body in here. Okay, let's move on. Square nums. Write a function square nums that takes in an array of numbers and using map returns an array with the square of each of the elements of that array. Okay, that's fairly standard. We've pretty much kind of done something similar, except now we have a function defined for us already, so we will just have to apply it to each of the number. So square nums. We take in an array of numbers and we simply have a new variable, new array, or call squared array, which will be equal to array.map and I suppose we just pass to square in here. Correct? Not correct. Takes in a number and returns a square of that number. I mean, following the syntax of the previous exercise, this technically should work. Let's see if it actually works, and it's just Codecademy being fussy again. Oh, we don't have a return statement. That's the problem. Return, also squared, should be squared. Return squared array. Yep, it's my bad. All right, let's move on. Shout greetings. Write a function shout greetings that takes in an array of strings and returns a new array. This new array should contain all the strings from the arguments array, but with capitalized letters and an exclamation point appended to the end. Heya will become Heya. You can use any technique you want to accomplish this task. You can test your function when you're ready by passing greetings array or by making your own array. So we could map it. We could use for each, but I'm thinking we could maybe use... Now, reduce doesn't work here. Neither does filter. Let's actually look at some more array methods that we have available for us in the documentation. So we have mutating methods, copy within, fill, pop, push, reverse sort, splice, iterative methods. There. This is what we need. So we have every map, find last, find index. Let's take a look at every. The every method of the array instance tests whether all the elements in the array pass the test implemented by the provided function. Oh, it returns a Boolean value. It doesn't fit our case here. Well, honestly, I think that's the only two methods that we can apply to this. It's either for each or map. Yeah. Okay, let's use for each, I suppose. Shout greetings. And we will take in an array. And so array for each element in the array, or greeting. In the array, we simply... Wait, we need to return a new array. That should contain all the strings. So we need a new array, first of all. Apt greetings. We have an array, and for each of the arrays, we will take the greeting, and we have to capitalize it and add an exclamation mark to it. So capt greetings dot push greeting dot to uppercase. I think that's the function. Plus an exclamation mark. Right, and we once that's done, we just return the capped greetings. Right? No. Let's take a look at what is happening. Greetings. Shout greetings. Oh, we were supposed to... Oh, we have it. Okay, never mind. Let's take a look at what it prints. Undefined. Is it not to uppercase? No, that exists. Sentence and to uppercase. Greeting to uppercase. Plus console log. Let's see what this is. Alright, so it is doing the thing. Except it is not pushing them into the array. Is that the case? Let's take a look what the array looks like after everything. Oh, I think we're putting the return statement in the wrong place. I think it should be here. Yep. Still not used to the abundance of square curly brackets, but we'll get there. All right, so it did everything like it's supposed to. Sort years. Write a function sort years that takes an array of years and using the built-in sort method returns that array with the years sorted in descending order. Okay, let's take a look at the sort method. Sorts the elements of an array in place and returns the reference to the same array, now sorted. The default sorter is ascending. And is that what we need? No, we need in descending order. But upon converting the elements into strings, then comparing their sequence, time and space complexity of the sort cannot be guaranteed as it depends on the implementation. I assume there should be a optional argument to sort in descending order. So essentially it's a mutating method which will change the original array. So we honestly don't need to do that much. We just have to sort years. We take in an array and we return array dot sort. But how do we do it in descending order? Without mutating the original array to sorted. Okay. Is there a descending? Descend. Wait. In descending order. Okay. And it typically does it in ascending order. Yes. So consistency would always do a comparator, blah 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 blah. It sorts it descendingly. What is this all about? Sorting in a non-well-formed comparator. No. Sort stability. Returns the reference to the same array. Sorting with map. Array objects. Well, I guess we could use, because I just looked at the side here, and we have a reverse method. It reverses an array in place. So we could also use that. Will that work? Dot reversed. Reverse. Oh, it worked. Okay. Yay. It works. Yeah, I was like thinking, is this a trick question? Because this seems very easy. Just sort reverse and be done with it. All right, write a function, just school stuff, that takes in 2 arrays of strings and using the built-in filter method returns an array with the items that are present in both arrays. Ooh, this is interesting. So we should probably take a look at how filter method works again. But it works pretty similar. We just have to write a conditional statement for it. And we don't really even need to... Do we need to do two for loops? No, we don't. So use a returns array with the items that are present in both arrays. So we can actually do, in our conditional statement, we can just check whether all the elements are, whether the element that we're iterating is in the second array. So, okay, let's write just cool stuff. And we will take in array 1 and array 2. And so, after that, filter returns a shallow copy of a portion of a given array, filtered down to just the elements from the array that pass the test, implemented by the provided function. All right, so we don't necessarily return a new array, but we do need to return a new array. So let's declare a new array. Let's call it cool array. Okay, so then in just cool stuff, we can call the filter function on it, and then element. Wait, no, not just cool stuff. We call it on the array, array 1. I don't think it matters on which one we call it. Thing 1, thing 2, this, not this, not this, this. Because it should, yeah, we don't, it doesn't matter which one we call it on. And so the expression that we want is if oh, no, it's fine. If the element that we're checking is in the array 2, and then we just add it to the new array. So element, wait, I'm trying to remember, is in. Includes. Right. So array 2 dot includes element. Oh, array. But this will, okay, it filters it out. And it will return a shallow copy. Can we just do cool array, right? Dot push. And then we simply push whatever satisfies this condition. And then essentially we return the cool array. Ew. Let's see what it does when we pass in some things to it. False, false, true, true, false, 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 true. Ah. Wait, so many... That's a lot of true and false statements. It's more than we have... More items than we have in both arrays combined. Something's not correct here. Ah, yeah, it makes sense. Because includes just returns a true and false statement. What if we remove the includes? No, we need the conditional for the filter statement. So this doesn't really work. Wait, I'm thinking about this all wrong. Because, yeah, it returns a shallow copy. So we can just say return element will this work? Array 2. Let's say array 2 includes element undefined. What if we put this in? No. No. I mean, I could easily do it with an if statement, but that's not the purpose of this exercise. Let's take a look at filter. Well, filter by itself is outputting an array. So technically it should work. Oh, maybe we don't just need the return statement, right? No, it's still undefined. Wait, I have too many. parenthesis things for some reason. Let's take a look here. Sort this mess out. That closes that, that closes that, that closes that. That closes that. Okay, it's fine. So it's kind of... identical? Okay, let's write it like... more like the example. Let's say const bool array equals array. Oh wait, we are calling. No, we're calling it on the array. Never mind. I'm array1 dot filter, and then we will have item. We don't even need the curly braces. Supposed to put this into this item, and if array 2 dot includes item. New. Includes is array. No. Actually. Something with our includes method usage. Instances determines whether an array includes a certain value among its entries. It returns true or false. Oh. Oh wait, no, our... what if we just do return? Yeah, because we already also forgot return statement. Bool array. We return that. Yeah, then it works. Okay, it works. I keep forgetting the return statements. Keep forgetting that I'm working with functions. Right. Okay, let's move on. Is the dinner vegan? Write a function that takes in an array of food objects in the format of and returns a Boolean value based on whether or not every item in the array has entirely plant-based origins. Okay, so we're entering the domain of objects. We'll have to remember how to work with them as well. So let's start simple. Is the dinner vegan? Take an array, and we do what with that array? Well, trying to remember the method that allowed us to iterate through object properties. I think it was just a for loop. Okay, let's try it. For what? For object of array. Let's see what we print out. Object. We need to pass in some arguments beforehand. Okay, so we are accessing objects within the array. Okay, that's good. So if object dot, let's actually console log remind myself whether I can access things like that. Object dot source unknown and undefined, but we're not accessing all of them. Wait, no, we are. Meat, dairy, plant, land, and dessert Twinkies, source unknown. We're also returning undefined, right? Because our function's not returning anything. We have to simply return a Boolean value based on whether or not every item in the array has entirely plant-based origins. So we can... I'm pretty sure there's a clever way to write this in one line, concatenating the for loop, but I'm not that clever. So let's just do... Wait a sec, we have a method for this, I'm pretty sure. Every? We did see it today, even. What was it? It's not filter, not reverse. Map last index keys join is array for each every? I think so. Tests whether all elements in the array pass the test implemented by the provided function. Okay, so we can easily implement this with every method instead of writing for loops and if statements. So we can return we return array dot every item dot source equals plant, right? Yes. Hey, maybe I am that smart. Cool. Yeah, it works. What kind of dinner is this? Hamburger, cheese, ketchup, bun. Oh, hamburger as in the meat patty. And then dessert Twinkies. So burgers and Twinkies. Not the healthiest dinner. All right. Let's continue. This was fun. I like this. I kind of working with objects is growing on me, honestly. All right. And as I say that, I get the next task with objects. Write a function sort species by teeth that takes an array of species objects in the format. Okay? And sorts the array in ascending order based on the average number of teeth that species possesses. You'll need to access each object's numTeeth property. Feel free to either write a named comparison function or use an anonymous function for your argument to sort. This one seems a bit more complex, but we'll take a crack at it. Sort species by teeth. Take an array, and we do what with it. So sort. Can we just do sort? Can we provide sort a sort of filter by which to sort things? Where's our sort? Right, so typically it just sorts by either the number or the letters. But first element for comparison. A function that determines the order of the elements. The function is called with the following arguments. Compare fn. What is compare fn? It's the same page. Oh, it's just compare function. A function that determines the order of the elements. The function is called with the following arguments. First element for comparison. The second element for comparison. It should return a number where a negative value indicates that A should come before B. A positive value indicates that A should come before B. Should come after B. How do you implement this? Function compare if A. Okay. So then, if we pass this function into sort, will it know? Okay, let's try and write this out. Compare fn. Say fn. Right, so it's supposed to take A and B. So our A, the things that we will be passing it, is the array items. So if A dot num teeth is more than B dot num teeth, should probably write an if statement too. If A is less than B, we return -1. Else if is greater, then we return 1. Right? And so otherwise, we just return 0. And so we can pass this function into sort. Let's see. Sort, compare numbers. Yeah, so then we pass it into compare numbers. So compare fn. No, it's not happy about that. Wait, what if we just include the return statement? Oh, it works! Wow! Holy crap. It works. That is incredible. I like this sort. It just does everything in the background. It allows us to just have a one-line return statement. Cool, 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 cool. All right, let's test it out. Yep, just like it's supposed to. Returns the objects sorted by their number of teeth. And I guess if we wanted to, we could easily as well sort it by the names too, by simply passing in the species name property instead of the num_teeth property. Yep, awesome. Okay, let's move on. Find my keys. Write a function find my keys that takes an array of strings which may or may not contain keys. What? Takes in a string, an array of strings which may or may not contain keys. If the keys are in the array, your function should return the index at which they can be found. If they're not in the array, your function should return -1. You can use any technique you want to accomplish this task, though if you look, there's a built-in method that will make pretty quick work of it. Alright, let's take a look. Is it includes? Oh, which is... yeah. It's probably includes. But includes returns true or false and not -1. Where was it? Yeah, it returns true or false. Index of. Oh no, it's index of. Right. Const find by keys equals array. And then return array dot index of keys. Yep. All right, that was easy. 4 0 1 2 3 4. Correct. Let's go. Dog factory. Oh, object factories. Okay. Write a function dog factory. It should have 3 parameters: name, bread, the bread of the dog, and weight, in that order. Expect name and breed to be strings and expect weight to be a number. Return an object. Have each of those parameters as keys on the returned object, returned with the values of the arguments that were passed in. I remember that you can write a function that automatically cooks objects for you, but I don't quite recall the syntax. But let's try our hand at it. Dog factory. And we need 3 parameters, which will be name, breed, and weight. What's happening with name? Name is depreciated. I don't think it'll matter much. So, trying to think. An object is just a key value pair within curly brackets, I think. So we can just have const, let's say dog equals, and we take in curly brackets, and we just say that name is name, breed is breed, right? And weight is weight, right? And then we simply return dog. Yeah. Okay. So now we need to add getters and setters for each of the 3 properties and change the property names to have an underscore prepended. Do we still do that within the function is the question? Or do we do it outside? Because I'm not really instantiating an object here. I am doing that here. Oh, so I think we can just declare things here, maybe? Get name. Trying to remember how these getters and setters work. Where's our cheat sheet? Objects. Getters and setters. Oh, so we simply return. Okay. Let's see. Get name, return this dot name. I reckon. Suppose we can copy this and just paste it in 2 times. Get breed, get weight. Right? Add setters and getters. So these are the getters. And change the property names to have an underscore value. So are the setters supposed to do that? Or are we supposed to do that with the setters? Very unclear. Because the purpose of a setter, as far as I understand it, is to either check property values before updating them, or add new values. I guess we just do it manually. And we simply, where is it? We missed a comma here. Missed a comma here. And set name. And so this underscore name equals new name equals new name. Right? That's the general gist of it, I think. Set name, set breed, new breed. Then set weight. Underscore this. Oh. New. No, it should be like so. Still not happy. Unreachable code detected. Excuse me. Set weight. What's so different between this setter and this setter? Could not find name. New weight. Well, you're not supposed to find it. I'm passing it as an argument. Parameter, I mean. Weight. Set weight. New weight. New weight. I don't know. Ooh, not happy. Missing initializer in const declaration. Missing initializer in const declaration. I feel like it's not related to this. Do. Okay, let's separate the getters from setters a little bit. Let's separate the parameters from methods. So it's not happy with the getters for some reason, even though oh wait. Yeah, we updated those, so these should be like so. But now it's not happy about line 9. Oh, it's the same line. Could it be just the space? No. Missing initializer in const declaration. Have get name and return this dot name. That's exactly what it is. I have too many spaces here. The brackets, close it properly. Okay, what if we... Well, no, it won't work. Okay, let's take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes, and we can then tackle this problem, probably by Googling it or something. All right, we are back. Let's get back into some more programming. Yeah, there we go. So, something is wrong with our getter method. Alright, well, let's try and Google this. JavaScript get better. Missing equal in const declaration. They're not supposed to be one. Const total query. You can't assign a value to a const later after its declaration. Wait, let's take a look. Where was the factory function? Oh, here's the problem. We have our return statement in a bad spot, and instead of const dog, we just write return here. Right? Well, that's part of it, I guess. Bum 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 bum. Wait, we are returning. So I think also these brackets are probably in the wrong place too. Yes. Like this works with that. And we're supposed to close that one too. Ah. There. Does that solve it? Yes. So that was the problem. I had the return statement written the wrong way. Alright, gotta keep that in mind. Because we're returning this entire block of code. Okay, and finally we have to add two methods to our object, which is bark, which returns rough rough, and eat too many treats, which should increment the weight property by 1. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. We have const bark equals turn bark. Oh no, rough 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 rough. And then we also have another one, eat too many treats, which will increment the value of weight property by 1. So this dot weight plus plus. Right? Wrong. Unexpected identifier. Oh, we don't need the consts here. Invalid shorthand property initializer. Oh, we don't need equal either. Do we not need this as well? Nope, we don't. Okay, the syntax is the same as here. Never mind. All right, so it is working now. So, if we call, now we can initialize dog objects by simply stating like Thor equals dog factory. And, right, so Thor, golden retriever, and he weighs, trying to remember, I think last time I checked he weighs 23 kilos. Right, and then let's console log and take a look at Thor. Right, we have these and we have functions. So we return the object. So if we want to return just the properties, we can say Thor name, Thor breed, and Thor age. Wait, age, bad. No, it's supposed to be weight. Wait. Wait. Yes. And we can format this a little bit better. So I have a pet. Or I have a dog named. So we do Thor.name. He is a Thor.breed and weighs Thor dot weight. Yep. kg. There we go. So I have a dog named Thor. He's a golden retriever and weighs 23 kilos. Beautiful. So that was the last exercise. And now we are jumping into... Oh, these are just practice. So not full-fledged projects, I think. Oh no, there will be full-fledged projects. Just for getting more practice, I guess. Alright, so in these exercises, you will practice working with intermediate JavaScript concepts. This is helpful if you want to practice implementing loops and working with arrays, objects, and iterators. Some of these challenges are difficult. Take some time to think about them before starting to code. You might not get the solution correct on your first try. Look at your output, try to find where you're going wrong, and iterate on your solution. Finally, if you get stuck, use our solution code. If you check answer 3 times with an incorrect solution, you should see an option to get your solution code. Okay, well, let's see. So write a function factorial that takes a number as an argument and returns the factorial of the number. Oof, math. I hate math. Let's see. So factorial 6, because 6 times 5 times 4 times blah 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 blah. Assume only positive numbers will be given as an argument for the factorial function. Okay. Let's think about this. We need to write a function. Factorial. So let's start with that. Const factorial. I've done this in Python, but I don't remember how I did it, and I don't remember how to do it here. So we'll be taking in a number, and we want to perform some actions on that number. I guess we could do a for loop and then decrement. Start, yeah, backwards for loop that we will start and decrement and then multiply the return value by the iterating variable. Now I have to remember how to write backwards loops. Oh, what happened to my webcam overlay? There we go. That was odd. Okay, so let's take a look. Our cheat sheet, and we have loops. So reverse loop. By initializing the loop variable to the starting value, testing for when the variable hits the ending value, and decrementing. Oh. Let's close some of these windows that we don't need. So, for let I equal num, and while I is more than 0, we will do I minus minus. Minus equal 1. Minus equal 1. So this technically should loop backwards. Let's check. And if we call this with, say, 6, ooh, not happy. Unexpected token. Oh, I did a comma instead of the semicolon. Ooh, what? Wait, no, I think it works well. I think it's just a glitch in the Codecademy thing itself, because I think it's the way it works. It's supposed to run 6 or whatever, how many cases for testing when I check the answer. Right, so if I run this, it prints nothing. Because I don't think it's supposed to print it like multiple times. Normally, I think this works. So we're iterating through the amount of numbers backwards, and we just need to have, let's say, result variable, which will be 0. And so we'll start at 6. So our result should be equal to I times I minus 1. Right? And then after the loop, right, we need to do this as well. And then after the loop finishes, we simply return the result. So now if we call factorial on 6, and we also console log it, ooh, zeros. Why? Wait, the first loop is 6, right? So 6 times 5 gets stored here. Oh, we're supposed to do plus equals, I think. 85. Huh. 30. Wait, 6 times 5. 30 times 4. 120. It's already not making much sense. Oh no, we're adding the previous... Right, we're adding the previous... Because we're technically should do result times I minus 1. And we could start result at num. And, ooh, okay, so what went wrong here? We're doing result equals num, which will be 6. So I gets assigned 6. And so 6 times 5 becomes the new result. And then on the second iteration, (40) times 4 that's 120. Let's take a look. Wait, excuse me, 6? Right, no, that's correct. It starts with 6. Then it becomes 41? That doesn't make much sense. Let's console log I to see what's happening. No, that's fine. That still works as expected. And let's see if the num is changing. No, it's not. It's always 6. Hmm. Why is it evaluating to 41? So we have the first operation and the first iteration. Our result variable is 6. So 6 times 5. Oh, that returns 30. So now result is 30. So then we multiply the result by 4. That's 120. Something is happening with the result variable somewhere where we can't see it. Because for whatever reason, the first iteration is 41. Do we maybe have to put these in parentheses? Okay, that changed it. 36 and 720. Huh. No, it's doing too much. Because now it's doing... Or am I just not understanding how factorial works? In mathematics, the factorial of a non-negative integer denoted by an exclamation is the product of all positive integers less than or equal to n. Yeah, this times that. So 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. 720. But in our case, it is doing 6 times 5, that's 30. Times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. How are we getting 36? It's the plus equals. Yep, it's the plus equal. So, because we were adding the result of the result. No, never mind. It was the plus sign here. So now it's evaluating correctly. And if we... Why are there zeros here? Because I don't know why. It's weird. This editor is weird. Let's check the answer. Huh. Tested factorial 1, and it did not return 1. What did it return? 0. How is it 0? Oh, because 1 times 0 is 0. Ah. Wait, we're doing it a bit odd. Well, I guess we could introduce an if statement, checking for I if it equals 0, and then breaking out of the loop if it does. But I think I'm messing up on here. What if we just do... What if we just do times equals result minus 1? I think that's the same thing. Except he's returning more zeros now. Yeah, it's the same problem. Well, let's try it. If. Oh wait, no, there's a problem, I think, in our loop statement. Because if we check the value... Right. Since we are minusing out of the result... No, it's not result minus 1, it's I minus 1. I minus 1, but since we're minusing out from the I, then our loop should stop 1 early, which should be 1. Yes, that was the problem. Yeah, because we don't want to reach 0. We just want to reach 1 as the end number. Because whatever we multiply by 0, we're going to get 0. Okay, this was my math slip-up rather than my programming slip-up. Okay, let's see next. Write a function sublength that takes 2 parameters, a string and a single character. The function should search the string for 2 occurrences of the character and return the length between them, including the 2 characters. If there are less than 2 or more than 2 occurrences of the character, the function should return 0. Okay. So, we take in 2 parameters, a string and a single character. The function should search the string for the 2 occurrences of the character and return the length between them, including the 2 characters. Okay, let's start with just declaring the function as per usual, and we'll work through this step by step. Am I spelling length correctly? Yes, I am. So we take in 2 arguments. We take in the string and we take in the character. So what do we have to do? Well, first we have to search through the string, right? And we have to determine if there are 2 occurrences of the character, or determine how many occurrences of the character there are. We could write a helper function for that. Const find char occurrences. Find char OCC. And this should return a number, right, of the occurrences. So equals, we pass in a string, and there we go. And so we want to return, is there a count method for strings? String methods. So we have a big bling bold char at, char code, char point, concat. I'm pretty sure there is. Index of link match all. Method of string value returns an iterator of all results matching this string against a regular expression. So match all. Oh, this is just for matching things, not actually counting them. What if we search? Match between a regular expression. Wait, no, maybe a match all would work. No, but this outputs an array. We don't need an array. We need... I mean, we could do this manually by just iterating through the string and matching it against the character. And then counting, but I'm just looking if there's maybe a method for that. Okay, for practice sake, let's write the function ourselves. So we'll still need the character. And for character in of string, right? If character is equal, if character is equal to string, no, not string, character is equal to character. Let's rename these. What do you mean you couldn't find it? Am I forgetting how to use for loops? Or we just need for of loop. Because we don't really need the iterating variable or anything. Blah, 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 blah. There's nothing on for of loops. Oh, we have to declare the thing. There we go. Right, so if schar, if the string character equals the character we're looking for, we will simply declare a counter, not like this, count equals 0, and we will increment count. And then at the end of the function, after the for loop, we simply return count. So let's test if our counting function works properly. So find char OCC. And we want to pass in a string, let's say opportunity. And we're looking for how many O's does it have? Or let's say how many P's. Ooh, not happy. P is not defined. Oh. P. More cursing. Assignment to constant variable. Oh, we can't change it. Right. There we go. And put these in parentheses to see the result. We have to console log it. 2. Okay, it works. We can even actually tweak it a little bit. Dot to lower case. So now it will match uppercase or lowercase. So we found out the occurrences, how many occurrences of a letter there will be in a string. So here we can start writing an if statement. So if find char OCC while calling the string and char is equal, or no, is if there are less than 2 or more than 2 occurrences, the function should return 0. So if find char string is more than 2, or find char OCC string char is less than 2, right? We return 0. Otherwise, else, if or we can just write an else statement because there's not going to be any more conditions. Otherwise, we have to, the functions should search the string for the 2 occurrences of the character and return the length between them. So we need index positions of the 2 characters. How do we pull that off? I'm thinking, what happens with index of if there are more than 1 characters matching? Where is it? Wait, no. Index of is an array method. Well, we could turn it into array. But do we have to? Is the question. So the index of method of string values searches the string and returns the index of the first occurrence of the specified substring. Takes an optional starting position and returns the first occurrence of the specified substring at an index greater than or equal to the specified number. Checking occurrences. When checking if a specific substring occurs within a string, the correct way to check is test whether the return value is -1. Well, yes. Uh, well, we could actually check if the value exists, right? Like, let's say if the letter exists, we then do another search, but from that value. And we check for the second, because we know that there's going to be a second value. Okay, so let's first of all find the first value. We can do that with either index of either index of, or what about search? Executes a search for a match between a regular expression and this string, returning an index of the first match of the string. Well, actually, search will fit us better. What's the difference between search and index of? Okay, let's do it. So string search, right? Search. Char. So first letter. So that is the first letter index. I wish this editor was a bit bigger, but so we have the index. And then we can do const second letter index equals string dot search search, but instead of searching the entire string, right, we are only searching We need to slice it. Try and remember. Slice, slice, slice. Slice. Yeah, we need to search it on string.slice. Lice. String.lice. Slice. From the first letter index, like so. Right? Okay, let's do some testing. Console log, first letter string, first letter index, and then do the same thing down here with the second letter index. And so if we call the function, now we don't need to console log it, we just call it sublength. Sublength with the string opportunity and with p. Oh, what's happening? Codecademy, why are you being weird? Oh, there we go. It's back. Not find name sublength. Yeah, because I misspelled it. So it returned 1 and 0. Huh. Gotta make it a bit clearer. Let's do first letter position. Then second letter position. Okay, so it's finding somehow first letter position at 1, which is correct. But the second letter position is at 0, right? Because because it's giving us the index relative to the slice that we gave it, and not relative to the original string. So I don't think that's the best way to look for it. Unless we somehow can, from this, figure out how that translates to the original strings index. Vo Nasty, hey! How's it going? How's your Tuesday going? We're trying to figure out this exercise where we are trying to write a function that returns the distance between two occurrences of two letters in a string. Pretty good, just working on my own Linux DE. Nice. I'm very intrigued by Linux. I don't know. But as a longtime Windows user, I'm sort of hesitant because probably that would involve either setting up a virtual machine or just buying a new computer and installing Linux on it. Hmm. So, how do we... There has to be a method that gives me all of the occurrences of something that I'm searching for. A few years ago, when you were 14, you forced yourself to use Linux because your old Lenovo ThinkPad struggled with running Windows 7 smoothly. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Oh my god, Lenovo ThinkPad. That sounds old. I mean, props to you though for, you know, working on your own Linux DE at a pretty young age. Here I am at 30 learning JavaScript. So search only matches returns the first match. Is there a way to make search return everything? Description, blah blah blah, search results. Let's try Google. Do, 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 do. So right, this is exactly what we need. That the search string needs to be a variable. I've written another version to deal with this case instead that uses index of. You got used to Arch Linux and now you can't do work stuff with the Windows anymore. Started modifying to make it a lot run faster, and I got annoyed by it at end of last year, so I just make a fork of KDE, a more or less own DE. Dude, you sound like you know your stuff. But maybe it just seems to me that way because I haven't really tackled any like serious projects. But here you are building your own DE. As pointed out by Reichen in the comments, to do this for a general case with regular expressions, you would need to escape special characters, at which point I think regular solution becomes more of a headache than it's worth. Get indices of. We have a search string, we have a string. Index. Oh, so we just have to iterate through it and match case by case. I guess we could do that. We could iterate through the string and record whenever the values, whenever the iterating variable matches the character that we're looking for. Okay, so let's just get rid of all of that, let's spin a for loop where we're looking for character of string. You're a person when you do so when something doesn't work exactly like you want it to, you can't work. As well, you need something that works like I want, and I'm a bit different than some people, so Windows Mac doesn't suit me and Linux does, but it's not 100% perfect. So I have to make it perfect so I can run perfect. I mean, it's a slippery slope, you know, perfection. Because I do find myself striving for perfection in mostly everything, but in my career and in my life in general, I've noticed that it's very rare that you will get to the perfect idea of what you're trying to achieve. Like, for example, you're writing code, right? You have this idea of how your code should look like, but it is very rare that you're going to achieve that. You're almost always going to fall short. And it's not for the lack of trying, it's just that I feel like our brains tend to underestimate how hard making something perfect is. So it's essentially setting you up for failure and disappointment maybe later in the road. I mean, it's probably fine with small things like, you know, having your own DE that has maybe like options that you want or whatever, like, because you can kind of code that. But again, depends on scope or other things. So, like I said, it's a slippery slope. Because then what can end up happening is that once you don't achieve that standard of perfection over and over and over again, for example, in some hobby that you're doing, right, you will constantly be disappointed, and in your mind you'll be falling short of what you think you should be achieving, and you will convince yourself that eventually maybe it's not even worth doing anymore. So the outcome is well, programming is a hobby too, unless you're like making money out of it. And even then, it can be a hobby. But I'm talking more general, you know, about things in general. So the end result might be that you just drop doing whatever you were doing. Whereas in the alternative would be maybe you don't have a perfect thing that, you know, you were striving for, but at least have a thing. Okay, so no, I'm not away. So we're iterating through the string, and we need two variables. We will need first letter. Probably should assign these here. First letter. Oh. Index equals, let's leave it at 0 now, and have a second variable. Second letter index. So, let's do s-char. So if our s-char is equal to jar, then we want to first letter index to be equal to string dot index of s, or s-char, or just char, I guess s-char. So that will give us our first index. But then as we move... Huh. I guess we would need a counter as well to determine... which occurrence of the character it was. Yeah. By the way, how do I pronounce your name? Vo Nasty? Or V0 Nasty? Or just Nasty? I have that sometimes, but luckily in the last few months I got used to that. After I turn off my PC, then it's off. No work, no worries. And that helped me a lot. And I got used to take breaks. If I can fix it right now, I don't have to stay up late extra for that, you know. Oh, Nasty or Nasty. Or Nastya. Nastya. Wait, are you... That sounds a bit Russian, no? Nastya. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, breaks as well. I used to have a problem with that in the past as well. Whereas then I don't take any breaks and then I burn out immediately. And that leads to the same end result of me just not doing stuff at all. And it's good that you're thinking about this at this early age, because it took me years. I was very oblivious to all of this until I started therapy, and then my therapist pointed these things out. Oh, you're 21 now. Well, you got me confused because you said a few years ago when I was 14. A few years is just like 2 or 3 years. I thought you were like 16, 17. You still feel young? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You will. For a little bit while, a little bit longer. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, fine. Let's do it the nasty way. We do count 0, and if char equals char, and we need another if statement here. If count equals 0, then we paste this entire block here, and else no, else if char s char. Wait a sec. No, 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 no. That's not where this should be. So this is here. We need to do this here. Else, if count is 1, if s char equals char, then second letter index equals string index of s char. Holy crap, that's a very roundabout way of doing probably something simple. I never went to therapy or stuff like that, or really had mental health problems when I was younger. And moved out from my family when I was 18. Had to manage bills and finance, my school all by myself, had multiple burnouts and stuff. But then after a few months, I got a cat, and it basically fixed nearly everything. Oh, that I'm happy for you, man. It is. I basically had the same kind of journey. I moved out when I was 18. I moved to a different country when I was 18. I had to manage finances, had to manage my own health. But I don't know. I never. It didn't stick, you know? Like, I couldn't work through it at that point. For whatever reason, you know? Um, and so my mental health kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until, I don't know, eventually something snapped. And I was looking for a sort of purpose, you know? I was looking for purpose, and I was. What happened, Thor? Something spooked you? Huh? I was looking for a purpose, and I kept trying new things and new things and new things. Um, and nothing stuck. And I couldn't figure out the reason for that. And so then I started doing therapy and trying to figure out the reason why nothing really stuck. And that was basically over trying to work that out. I got out of the mental health slump and essentially found what I like doing, which is programming and streaming. Which country to which country? So I went, first of all, I went from Lithuania to Sweden, and then from Sweden to Norway. And then, yeah, from Norway back to Lithuania. Hmm. Okay, so let's check if this will work. It's not. Right, we're not returning anything. Sublength opportunity. You left your country one time, not so legally, but yeah. So I assume you're not in Russia at the moment? Right, we need return statements if we want to check anything. Let's just have console statements here somewhere. Where's this first block end? Here. Okay, so let's console log. First letter index and console log the second letter index. Oh, come on. Second letter index. Excuse me, 1 and 0. Doesn't make sense. FL first letter index. Second letter index. One and 0. Now why is it finding 1 and 0 now? Okay, we're looping. So if the string character blah 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 blah, that's fine. So we're iterating through the string. You did a short holiday in Ukraine. Took a few buses to the border, walked a few kilometers, took another bus and went a few hours. You were in Ukraine. Stay there for a week or two. Oh, interesting. Aren't you a bit, worried about getting caught in the sort of crossfire. I assume you're probably going through a safer place than like the front lines or something, but so we're iterating through. So our count is equaling 0 now. So it should be checking against this, and it is finding the first character and assigns the wait a minute there, because index of, it doesn't return the index position. It only returns whether it found the index. Right? Where was it? Takes an optional starting position and returns the first occurrence of the specified substring at an index greater than or equal to a specified number. Excuse me, what? It was kind of safe to go there, but not that safe. I was scared a few times when I heard shots and all that from far away. Well, I mean, you have plenty to lose if you get injured or worse. But I mean, props to you for being open-minded. Going to check things out for yourself. What are your conclusions from your trip? What did you learn? What did you bring back? The index of the second search term is paragraph index of search term. No, it is returning the index position. And if it doesn't find it, it should return -1. Yeah, so it works properly. But when does it return 0? Okay, wait. We are iterating through the string, right? We're looking at count, which is 0, and we are checking if our search character equals the character that we are looking for. And if it does, so in the first occurrence, oh, my bad, we also have to increment count. Count plus equals 1. Okay, so now, once the count is 1, we jump to here. Count is 1. And if the character we are searching further on, count, and I think we also need a continue statement here as well. So now it finds, Now it finds the first one, and then it looks at count equals 1. And if that's the case, I mean, it should continue iterating. Let's actually console log s-char. Right, so it went through... Huh? Oh, no, it's fine. It went through the whole thing. That they are still humans like everybody, and it doesn't matter if you're Ukrainian or whatever, American or so. And I don't really understand the war and stuff like that. There's some people, they're the same people as everyone else. Doesn't matter where they're from. And it's really nice to understand if your country is in a war and you hear bad things in the news to really check what's going on there. A lot of people were surprised when I told them that I just walked over the border a few kilometers and then with a bus. Yeah, I mean... we could go into a whole big-ass topic of human psychology and all the other things. But at the end of the day, you know, it is what it is. And it would be nice that everybody would think the way you do, you know. It would be nice if people wouldn't get stuck in these sort of confirmation bias and news bubbles and would try and look outside of their comfort zone. But I guess that's just not how most people are made. So the final result is what we have. And it's sickening that we have that. But it is what it is, you know. And all we can do really at this point is, I guess, help in any way we can and hope that it ends soon. And I don't know, in my eyesight, this doesn't just apply to, you know, Russia and Ukraine. I'm kind of breaking my own rules a little bit, talking about politics and all these and this topic, the topic that is kind of polarizing at the moment. But this doesn't just apply to Russia and Ukraine. Like, it applies to everywhere. We are all just people, and conflicts tend to happen, or at least conflicts of this size, they tend to happen because people are just... it's very hard for people to understand someone else's perspective. And people lack in the ability to self-reflect. Okay, so... so then... I mean, we hit this. And... oh, I think our continue statement should be elsewhere. Shouldn't be here. It should be here. Because we want to break out of this loop. Or this... huh. No, we're still getting the same problem. Index of char else if. So if count equals 0, we check the character, we assign the value, we assign the index to the variable, we increment the count, and we continue. Oh, never mind. The problem here is that index of just returns the same thing. It doesn't matter how we increment it. So we technically should not be using index of here. We should be just doing first letter index should just be we need a second count. Right, we need a second counter, which should be index count equals 0, and we should put it up here, and then we immediately, no, not immediately, we need to assign this to index count and then we increment index count as well. It's a very ugly solution, but I think this should work now. Wait. 0 and 1. We start at 0. We are iterating through this. So if count equals 0 and the expression is true. Aha. Right, and what if it doesn't hit any of these? What if the expression is not true? So we also need an else statement for... for. We need an else statement. Right, so this if statement goes with this. And this block ends here. So we just do else. We just increment index count plus equals 1, and we continue. No. Okay, let's take a break. Let's rest our weary brains. Because I think I might just scrap everything and start over when we get back. Okay, so I will be right back in Alright. Gotta show love to Thor as well. During my breaks. Alright, let's jump into it. Okay. So we have a mess of a function on our hands that doesn't work anymore. Yeah. Are we JavaScripting, son? Hell yeah, check 'em. We're JavaScripting, or at least trying to. We're going through a course on backend development. And part of it is JavaScript. So we're learning JavaScript. But I seem to be stuck on this exercise where I have to find two occurrences of a character and return the length between them, including the two characters. So previously on the break, this was sort of working. It was returning the wrong indexes, but it was sort of working, and now it doesn't return anything. So we know this function works. It just finds the character occurrences, because if there's more than 2 or less than 2, we just return 0. But if there's 2 exactly, then we have to find the length, or the distance difference between them. So what I might do is just scrap the whole thing, because it's not making sense to me. Or not the whole thing. We can scrap everything up to here. And we can scrap this as well. That and that. And this. So it should look like so. And I'm gonna write a separate function just to find the difference, because it's getting a bit cluttered. They're gonna use expression, I presume. What do you mean? In their backend course using JS? Oh, Express. I misread. Probably somewhere here. Let's see. PostgreSQL. Deploying to a server. Web security. Data fundamental. Data security. I think I saw it somewhere, yeah. Operating systems. Common attacks on web applications. Async JavaScript. I remember seeing it when I was taking a look at the course more in depthly. Under the async thing. Where is it? Async. JavaScript, HTTP, promises, async wait, requests, HTTP requests. Oh, there it is. Build a backend with Express.js. Yeah, it's here. Express.js, routes, Express backend applications, Quote API, middleware, boss machine. Yeah. Yeah, so we're slowly going through this. It's week 2, starting week 2. We're about 20% done. We're just finishing with the second part of JavaScript. And these are like the final exercises, and then we'll have 2 projects using basically everything we've learned so far. And then we'll jump into the next unit. What are you up to, Checkham? Tuesday morning, or I should say afternoon. Depends where you are, I guess. Could be evening. Right, so back to this. We need a separate function. We need a separate function that would, let's say, find indexes. Find index of chars. And we will have to pass in the string again and probably the character itself. It's 10 a.m. there, and you're on TypeScript plus React. It's going well so far, but I have a feeling that it's gonna explode very soon. Yep, that happens. Yeah. Explosions do happen. Though, interestingly enough, since I know some Python, picking up JavaScript seems a little bit easier compared to when I was learning Python. There are moments when I am simply just like, I write a function or something and it just works when I expect it to crash and burn. So I'd say we're making progress on that front. All right, so find index of characters. I really need to like study this. How do you find all occurrences of one string? So what are they doing here? Get indexes of the search string and then the string itself. Okay, so they have search string length, which is, it's just a length. So if the search string length is 0, okay, that's fine. It doesn't apply to us. Then they have a variable start index equals 0. Index and indices. I guess this is multiple variable declaration. So if case sensitive, while blah 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 blah. Python gives a good understanding of the basic concepts like loops, functions, and conditions. Yeah. It's just I don't know. For some reason, it's more intuitive. Intuitive. Yeah. In Python. Whereas with JavaScript, you do have a few odds and ends here that you have to either remember or just figure out. Problem is that JS can do everything from backend, frontend, browser extensions, animations. Yeah, that too. So it's built around that. Whereas in Python, it's more... Well, I guess Python can do everything as well. Made a bot using JS. Want to see? Sure. Slap it on me. So they're essentially passing 2 arguments into index of. How the hell does index of work when you pass in 2 arguments? The index of a string's first character is 0, and then the index of a string's last character is the length of a string minus 1. It's pretty shit, but I like it. Put more time into it once I'm at easy with TS. That's how things start. Everything's pretty shit when you just start with something. Then you make it better and better and better and better until it's not shit anymore. It's easy, it seems. Well, the bot said so. That's pretty cool, bot. Wait, so... That's the most important thing, isn't it? Having fun while doing it. Otherwise, what's the point? Okay, I don't want to use index of. Are there any... Print all occurrences of a string as a substring in another string. Let's take a look at a Python solution. Maybe it'll get me on the right track. So we have a flag. We're iterating over the length of the string. And if the string slice plus the length of the character equals character. Bah. Once your financial wait. Money, things being fun is secondary to me. At the point I'm at. Well, I guess, yeah, you have a point. Once I'm financially stable, I'll care about things being fun. It's like in games, if I'm not raging, I can't appreciate a game. Makes me invest my soul in it. I mean, yeah. There is a certain aspect of priority, you know. I guess I'm just talking from my point of view, where I'm fortunate enough to not worry about the financial aspect of dedicating the time to learn something. So it's a little bit easier for me to focus on the fun aspect. So in the JavaScript solution, we also have a flag, and we're iterating through the length of the array, through the length of the string, minus the length of the search character plus 1. And if the string substring... Holy crap. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this, you know. I'll just copy this, and nobody has seen anything. This is absolutely my code. Yeah, look at this beautiful code that I just wrote. Thor helped me. Yeah, he helped me write this. Understandable, I hope to reach that point soon. Yeah. Exercise you're doing, please? Try it on my side. I'm not sure you'll be able to get in, because I'm doing the pro version of Codecademy. But you can try. Oh crap, wait. One sec. So you might have to, at the very least, create a account. All right, so this function, let's just untab it a little bit. this function essentially print index. All right, let's try it out. Print index. Let's say we have opportunity and the 1 2 1 2. Okay, it works. But the question is how? So we have a flag. That's fine. We are looping through the length of the string minus the search minus the length. Oh, okay. String length minus the length of... I need to visualize this. Let's do one of our famous painting moments. I mean, you can actually have just the task, you know, it's write a function sublength that takes 2 parameters. I'm gonna post this into chat, and you can use that in whatever language you want. Oh, crap. Wrong chat. There. Do that. Because that's essentially what I'm working with. I'm not getting any other help from them. Okay, so let's do the thing. So we are this function, right? We have a function. Big ol' function. We are giving it a string. So let's say string. And we are giving it a search phrase or a letter, for example. So let's say, well, we need a string that has 2 letters, 2 same letters. Let's do string, and we're looking for the letter I. So we are looping until I becomes less than the string length. So string 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So 7 minus the length of this, so 1 plus 1. So 7. Okay. And then if the string... What is substring? Is that a string method? Where are my methods? Substring, substring, substring. Split. Yeah. Method of a string values returns the part of this string from the start index up to and excluding the end index, or to the end of the string if no end index is supplied. So Mozilla substring 13 returns OZ. So what we're doing here is we are returning the if the substring I s length plus 1 plus 0 0 1 equals s, we console log. And we set the flag to true. Okay, I kind of understand how it works a little bit, but it's just very hard for me to visualize the inner workings of this function. But I know enough to modify it, so we, instead of printing it out, we need to return return the two values. Wait. But if it's gonna... But if it's going to return two values to me, then... Wait. Why is it I plus empty string? Can't we just do I? We can. Okay, let's just return I and see what happens if we then, instead of printing it, we console log it. And it's 1, 1. Yeah, that's the problem. It returns only 1. Only the first occurrence. Because we're using the return. So the obvious solution for that is probably not have a separate function for it, but instead copy copy and paste all of this into our original function. So else, and we can paste this in here. Right? Right. Then we just have to change a couple of variables, such as here str length, do string length s. Instead of s, we do char string char I flag. And okay, so now if we call sublength length. Am I misspelling length or are they misspelling length? Length. They are misspelling length. No, I am misspelling length because I was the one who defined this function. Never mind. So sublength with opportunity and B. Wap. It's cursing at me. Oh. Okay, we're getting back. We're getting the... We're getting the correct thing. Okay, so then in the end, all we have to do is find two appearances, blah, blah, blah. Return the length between them, including the two characters. So all we have to do really is return the difference. Problem with that is that it prints it out like so. And we can't really assign it to a variable. How do we make it so that when it encounters the character that we're looking for the first time, it assigns it to a value, and then it knows to continue searching for the second one? And then when it finds the second one, assigns that to the second variable. I guess we need a kind of if condition. Like, okay, so if we could have a secondary flag. Wait, but the first loop, the first time it finds a string that matches the character that we're looking for, it sets the flag to true, right? Then it goes back. Could you send me the example they give to check if I did it correctly? What do you mean the example? This is the example. Sublength. Oh, you want this, I guess? No problem. I will be so mad if you did it so fast. Okay, so technically we could have a secondary flag that trips whenever we console log something, because that just means we found a thing. And if we trip the flag, then on the second iteration, no. I don't know. Let's check the answer 3 times and then see their solution, because I'm kind of, what the hell? Okay, they have a character count and they have a variable length set to -1. So for just a standard for loop, and if the string 0 equals character count plus plus. And if the character count is more than 2, we return 0. Otherwise, if the length is equal to -1, we set the length to be the index, otherwise length index minus length plus 1. You got it. I mean, I'm doing JS since a moment. Since a moment. Okay, I want to try and... Oh, you're at ease with native JS. Yeah, I can tell by how fast you solve this. Okay, so they're running a for loop. The problem for me is actually, like, I understand what the code does, but I can't visualize step by step what's actually happening within these steps. And if I can't do that, I don't understand what's going on. So oftentimes I have to draw it out for myself. So we're running a for loop that is the size of the string. That I get. Stop moving things away from me, please. So if on the first iteration of the loop, right, we have several variables. We have the char count, which at the moment equals 0. Then we have length, which equals -1. Then we have the I variable, which on the first iteration equals 0. That's my solution. Look at it only if you get what's going on. Could be made 100%, but that's what I came up. Okay, thanks. I'll take a look after I figure out how this works. So if the string I, which would be str I equals just the first letter of the string. So let's say, I don't know, B in banana equals the character that we're looking for, which, let's say, we're looking for N. So if that matches, we go to the second if statement. If it doesn't match, we just continue. We don't do anything. Okay. So we continue until we have banana. Until we encounter the first N. So at that point, the char count, since it's incremented every single time and it started at 0, it would be 0, 1, 2, right? So 2. The length, we're not really doing anything with that. It's still at -1. And the I is also 2. And stri is now N. So we pass this, we increment char count again. And if char count is more than 2, which it is at this point because we just incremented it again, we return 0. Oh, wait, no. we increment char only when we find a character, so it's still 0. So it's not more than 2. And if length is -1, it is -1. We set length to I, which at that point is 2. So 2. Okay, so then we go to the second n, and at this point, the char count is 1, the length is 2. Oh, so this is calculating the length directly. So where I was trying to take it step by step, first find this, then find that, then find this, and then somehow put it all together and get the length, this is just focusing on the length difference from the get-go. And it's keeping that in variables and then just simply returning the length variable. Okay, I sort of get this. Would I be able to reproduce it? No, probably not. But at least I slightly get the idea itself. All right, let's take a look at your solution. Check them. So standard, we have a count for current character of string. If the current character equals character, we increment the count. And if the count does not equal 2, return 0. And then, wait, what? We return the absolute value of the string index, of the index value of the string at character position, and the same thing plus 1. I mean, that's even more concise than their version. So incrementing the count, right? Every time when the current character matches the character, we increment the count. That gives us essentially a count of how many characters that we're looking for are in the string. Right? So that against that we can then check whether we have less than 1 or 2, blah blah blah, which you do here. But then this, the abstract value string index of character and character plus 1. Oh, last index of. I somehow missed that. I was looking for. I had the idea. I had the idea to do the same thing, to like sort of look for the first occurrence of the character and then start backwards. But then I kind of got tripped up by the fact that there might be more than 2 occurrences of the character, and I simply forgot the fact that I can just rule those cases out with a simple if statement. So that's okay. I get it. Using the substring method is very okay too. And you just return the length of it. Yeah, Yeah. And return the index of the last occurrence of the specified substring. Okay. See, I understand your method better than theirs, to be honest. So let's actually try and post it in here and see if it works. If they will accept it. Yep, they do. Okay, that took way longer than I expected to. But hey, at least we learned something new, which is the point of this entire thing. Alright, so write a function groceries that takes an array of object literals of grocery items. Okay, the function should return a string with each item separated by a comma, except the last two items should be separated by the word and. Make sure spaces are inserted where they're appropriate. Ooh. It's always longer than expected, lol. Like everything in code, yeah. You want to try this one? I'll toss you the thing in chat. Okay, so we need a function groceries. Const groceries, which takes in an array of object literals of grocery items. So let's say let's say object array, and then like so. The function should return a string with each item separated by a comma, except the last two items should be separated by the word and. Okay, so I am thinking we kind of need another for loop where our I is equal to the length of the object array. Oh, nope. Array length. And then we just spin it. We spin it backwards. So while I is more than 0, we decrement I minus 1. Okay. You see that exercise? I see your soul exercise. Alright, so we're looping through the length of the array. So however many items we have in the array, that's how many loop thingies we will do. And we need an if conditional basically recognizing when the length of the array is less than 2 or less than 1, when it's at 1. So if so first of all, let's handle the case, because we have 3 cases, right? We have a case No, we have two cases essentially. We have a case where there's only one item in the array, so then we just return that item. So if the object array blah. I guess we could handle it before that, just to not pollute this for loop. So if object array dot length is less or equal to 1, we simply return should return a string with each item separated. So object array 0 dot item. I think that's how we can access it. Otherwise, so we do else, and we can take this here and paste it in here. So otherwise, we spin the for loop, and then if the so if I is equal to 1, if I is equal to 1, then we return, no, all right, we need a variable as well, where we're gonna put all these items. So items, let's call it like that. So if I equals 1, we simply do what? We add the last item, object, wait, items dot push pushes it to the end, yes. We push the object array I dot item. Plus the string and. I think so. And so otherwise, we just simply keep pushing items. Items dot push object array I dot item. I think so. It's not giving us any errors. Okay, and then finally, we return, after all of the loops conclude, else. So here, we return items. Check answer, please. Okay, fine. I'm gonna copy and paste this from here. See if it runs. When I call groceries, console log groceries on oh wait, never mind. We have to put this in parentheses and console log this. Console log. Ooh, not happy. Missing after the argument list. Is it? Okay, let's... No, let's do it better. More simply. Let's just have this as a object list equals like so, and then we call groceries on the object list. Then we can console log that. Nope, still not happy. But it's not happy about something else. Object array length is not a function. Okay. So right, we are checking the length of the object array. Wait, yeah, we're checking is not a function. Add groceries. Excuse me? Am I misspelling length again? No. Leng th. Object array length is not a function at groceries. You're not a function at groceries. Line 7. It's cursing at me. Instantiated the for loop properly, I'm pretty sure. Oh. Let. Probably should be like that. Is it a different error? No. It's the same one. Object array length is not a function. Wait a sec. Right, it's just a property. Is it not? Yeah, it's a property of an array, so we don't call it like a function. I think, at least. I'm not entirely sure, I'd have to look that up later. And then we have problems in line 11, which is cannot read property item of undefined. Okay. Oh my god, check him. You already done it? I mean, I have an idea of how to do it, but I'm stuck at a few points here because I'm trying to do something that is not technically allowed. Object array dot item. So we're getting undefined here for some reason. On line 11, when we're trying to push the object array dot item. Wait, probably something to do with for loop. I minus 1. But we should be able to access it this way. Unless we're getting the wrong... Wait, we're getting undefined. If we're getting undefined, that means we are probably out of index somewhere. You're not done? Yeah, I figured. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. You did the first one so fast. Wait, the way we iterate through a for loop, I think we should be doing length minus 1. Oh, we're getting something else? The hell is going on now? What? Fatal error. Call and retry last allocation failed. Heap out of memory. Oh, we're getting an infinite loop, probably. Yep. But why? Our I is the length of the array minus 1. So if we have the length, we essentially we have the array with 4 items, we essentially loop from 0 to 3, which is how you access indexes. And while our I is greater than 0, we just minus out. Fixed, but now it's even uglier. Well, at least you finished it, you know. I'm still trying to figure out why I broke Codecademy here. Incremental marking, delaying markup, sweep. I have never gotten an error message like this. It does not tell me anything. Except maybe that heap out of memory that I've run into an infinite loop somewhere. That's why, if I was you, I'd do these exercises on actual text editor, like VS Code. Yeah, I'm still biding my time jumping on there because I'm not very comfortable with it. I've gotten used to PyCharm, but I got it downloaded I got it set up with bash and everything. I'm just biting the bullet. I have to bite the bullet and just do it at some point. But it's just gonna be learning on top of learning. I could show you the way. Well, I mean, if you're offering your services, I might as well just do it once and for all. But we're gonna have to do it after lunch break, because it's time for Thor to go outside and relieve himself. Unless he'll just relieve, otherwise he'll just relieve himself inside. And it's time for me to grab something to eat as well. So we'll be gone for about half an hour. And when we come back, I guess we'll set up VS. We'll take a look at how to do VS Code. And check him. Thank you for the follow. So I'll be back in half an hour. And then we'll jump onto. I have snacked. Thor's been outside, getting scared by old people again. Now he's just delightfully playing. Okay, so we were gonna try this in VS Code. Let's open up the damn thing. So, let's close all of these. Testing folder. Working off site. Let's make a new JS thingamabob. Let's call it groceries.js. Groceries. Groceries.js. Okay, so let's copy paste all of this in here. And well, I guess now terminal. I have to remember how to do this. We could do this in not PowerShell. Wait a sec. Extensions run in terminal. New terminal. Not PowerShell. Let's do git bash. So VS project code, we want to go to testing folder. And working off site. And then we wanna, I think that's how you launch the files. Node groceries.js. Oh, we forgot the console log. But it didn't crash. It's not throwing any errors, so it might work. Whoop-de-doo. Let's try it again. Okay. Now it's screaming at me. Let's see. Invalid size error. Okay, no idea what I'm looking at. Let's try to Google this. Excuse me. Some keybinds didn't go to the terminal by default and are handled by Visual Studio Code instead. Excuse me? What is going on here? So I didn't copy it? No, I did. Causes and solutions. So, possible causes, memory-related issues, infinite loops, incompatible browser extensions. So, I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that it's an infinite loop that we are encountering. So, it didn't really not like us changing that -1 here. Right, and cannot read properties of undefined. I wonder if it works the same way as PyCharm, where if I what? No. Do we just run it normally? Again? No. I don't know what I'm doing. So let's take a look. Item is how we're accessing the values. So object array 0, we pass in the array into the function, which is full of objects. And so object array I dot item should be the same as here. Oop. Should be the same thing. But for some reason, it doesn't want to push it. Cannot read properties of undefined. So it's getting undefined here. And the only way it would get undefined is when our I is equal to 1. So if our I is equal to 1, oh wait, no, it should be, since we're inserting the last item with the and, so it should be I equals 0. So the for loop here, while I is more or equal to 0, I think, then if I is 0, which means we have arrived at the last element within the array, then we push it with the and otherwise we just push the item. Right? 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 Wrong. Same error. Items.push. object array item. I mean, it doesn't seem to have any problems accessing it. Alright, what if we only have one object here? Will it handle this properly? It did. So it has no problem accessing it this way. The only problem is that once I is 0, for some reason, oh no, it's fine. It deals with this properly. Well, it should be 0, yes. But normally, I still think the problem is with the for loop. Because, okay, so in this case, our array is 4 in length. So I is 4, right? But we need it to be 3. Since we iterate from 0 to 3, or in this case, from 3 to 0. And we iterate until I is less. We do less or equal to 0. So now if we go we get returned an empty list. Huh. So this is not pushing anything. Huh. Let's try and console log this. Console log items at each point. Nothing. Okay, let's try to console log I. Still nothing? What? Do I just not know how to do a for loop? Where's my cheat sheet? Loops. So we set the I. And then this is our stopping condition. So we stop iterating when I is equal 0. Or -1. Or 0. Or -1. Hey, welcome back, chicken. Check them. We in VS Code now. I'm just trying to think if there is a way to sort of debug the same way that you debug in PyCharm, whereas you like set these stops here, and then you can go step by step, and it also displays the values of all the variables at each step. There's probably the debugger, yeah. I don't really use it though. Ugh. Yeah, I see the debug console, but I don't know how to use it. Okay, so our stopping condition is when I is equal to... Fuck it, let's do -1. But it's probably not gonna do us any good. Oh. I'll show you good tips to not have to type node blah blah blah. Okay, show me. Yeah, so we're falling into an indexing problem again. You do npm init -y npm init -y. Okay, this created a JSON. Oh, you can do tests here, right? And debug things. Ooh. The debug console is giving me something now. Okay. Okay, so this gives me the opportunity to write test cases, I assume, for the file that I'm writing, right? npm run dev to start, Control C to exit. Control C to exit, yeah. It's basically a browser console in your VS Code. So you don't have to jump everywhere to get your console. Okay, but what does that give me in terms of testing my code? Do a hello in your JS file, for example. Just hello or console? Oh, console log. Console. Blah, 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 blah. Console log. Hello. Okay. Then save the file. Oh. Yeah, it's enabled already. Oh, okay, so it will just output whatever whenever I just click Control S to save, or whenever it saves automatically. Okay. Okay, that's useful. Uh okay. So uh and if there's an error, they are more comprehensive than the ones you get from CA ones. Well, they're actually day-to-day errors, you see. Okay. That's kind of useful. We'll see when we get there, when we actually get an error. Because right now, I think it's a logical error that I'm encountering. Not some weird errors related to their editor. Well, the editor, to be fair, it spit out the kind of the same error in JS Code as well, in VS Code. Something about infinite loops and whatnot. We can actually test it. If I can remember what I did to fix it. Um, no, I can't. Never mind. But what I'm realizing now is that my for loop isn't spinning like it's supposed to. Because console logging I here doesn't give me anything. So if the object array length is less than 1, less or equal to 1, return this. Otherwise, it should spin up the for loop. What? My function's never called? Yes, it is here. Okay, let's take a look. Count result equal result. I mean, sure, but what you're really assigning here. Hey, Mayank VR. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, but what you're assigning here is the output of this function. And then you're printing the output. You can do the same thing, as far as I know, because I think I've done it before. You can just console log the function call itself. My VS Code theme disturbs me. I didn't really change anything. It's the default theme. Oh, I mean, we can try your version, but I'm pretty sure the the result is gonna be. Wait, no, the indentation probably doesn't matter, or does it? Object list. And then let's say result equals uh, groceries, call on the object list, and then we console log the result. Yeah, it's the same thing. We can keep this now. So we're not, since we're getting an empty array back, we're not really initiating the for loop. So we get stuck on this if condition. So the object array length is always, for some reason, less than 1. But even then, it should return an item. What am I doing? We are trying to solve a Codecademy exercise to write a function, groceries, that takes an array of object literals of grocery items. And the function should return a string with each item separated by a comma, except the last two items. Oh, actually, last two items should be separated by the word and. Am I a pro or a learner? I'm definitely a learner. But, you know, day by day, slowly getting there. Maybe eventually, like 10 years later, I'll be a pro. Still be streaming. Yeah, pros are busy making money, which we're all suffering. He couldn't have said it better. Check him. How long have I been learning? Roughly half a year. I started by doing a Python / Django bootcamp. I've learned the Pythonic way of making websites. So then I made a couple of websites and I was like, okay, what else I should learn? So then I got into Codecademy. I did a data types and algos course, which took me like a month, I think. And now I'm jumping into backend development. Bootcamp that gives you a job too? Not necessarily. I mean, it depends. I'm looking for a job at the moment, but it's times are tough, so to speak. The programming scene or the coding scene in terms of jobs is very competitive at the moment. Companies are cutting people. And yeah, they do ask for insane levels. Like intro level jobs are just like 2 years, 3 years of experience. And it's crazy. Been learning for 2 years now? What have you been learning? You can always make fake XP. Yeah, but I mean, I'd rather join a company that doesn't require you to do that in the first place. You know what I mean? So as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure this if statement isn't even hit either. Console log Hello. Yeah, so we're hitting neither this if statement nor this if statement nor this else statement. No, we are hitting this else statement. Right now, TypeScript and React Native. I think Checkham's learning TypeScript too. 5 years XP in C and data structure. Let's get to work. So, how do I console log in C again? Jay Thomas, welcome to the stream. Big XP will catch up with you in my opinion, which will is bad. Yeah. Okay, so we're hitting the else statement here, but we're not initiating the for loop. How the okay, let's close that. And then maybe we are initiating it. So console log hello3. And let's do another one here to see which one we hit. Because I'm thinking we're hitting neither, yeah. Okay. So we're checking if I is equal 0, which it shouldn't. Otherwise, what? How is that possible? So if I is equal 0, like we said, what? Okay, I don't usually directly ask for help, but can anyone spot why are we, even though we're hitting this else statement, we're not really hitting either of these statements? So if I equals 0, we should be hitting this. Otherwise, we should just push the item. Full stack bootcamp, and I'm having to relearn JavaScript because it went so fast, and I'm a slow learner when it comes to new things. Oh yeah, I can relate to that. Because when I was doing my data structures, the course time it said it was 36 hours. It took me a month. Because literally, like, this is how the learning works. I don't think they account for that in these courses when they say like, oh, 36 hours. This course is supposed to take 100 hours. But here we are for, I think, hour 2 now, trying to figure this one bug out. Though, when I think about my bootcamp in Python, I mean, there were times where I was like, could we maybe slow down a little bit? But then I put in a bit more extra time on weekends and I would catch up. So, and then again, it was basic stuff. It was Python basics and Django basics. So, who knows? Okay, so if we are entering this else statement, but we are not entering either of these, so what is our I after entering the else statement? Oh, hello. I is not defined. Your bootcamp was around 1,500 hours in total. Definitely did 2,500. Holy crap. Mine was only 500. So, I don't even know if it classifies as a bootcamp. So it can't even see the I variable. Right, it can't because it starts here. What am I talking about? Is it the indentation here? Could it be this whole block? I don't think it works that way, but no. I don't know, like, it doesn't bother me being recorded. Maybe because I've internalized the fact that I am completely helpless so well that I'm just like, who cares? You know, I'll get there. Okay, time to go back to our while loops. Or for loops. Let I equal 0. Let I equals object array length minus 1. Wait a sec. So the only way that I think this might be not working is if I'm not using the length property thingy correctly. JavaScript length of array. No, I am using it correctly. Let's do it outside of the function. And let's check the object list.length. What? Object. 4. Okay, so it's fine. So this is 4. Minus 1 becomes 3. I equals 0. We run until I equals 0, and then we decrement I. So how come fine. Let's do object array dot no, not dot, I dot item. Nothing. What is going on? I advise you to solve the problem step by step. Example, if my array length is 1, then return this. If the length is 2, this and that. If it's more than 2, return this and that. Okay. Sure, we can do that. So if my array length, if object.array.length is equal to 1, we just item push the object array, then, right? You don't need all those condition imbrications. The hell's an imbrication? If length 1, return this. If length 2, return this and that. Okay, that's fine. But if length more than 2, turn this, this, and that. Let's take a look at your example. So, if array length is less than 2, return less item plus, sure, makes sense. Totally makes sense. Then you have a sentence, and then array length minus 2 dot item. You grab you grab the second before the last item, and you spin a loop. Where sentence plus array dot item plus comma. Second to last item. Last item. Okay, I kind of see how you solve this, but that's not the way I want to go about it. Like, because my brain doesn't work that way. Far from being perfect anyway. I mean... No, like, my question is, how come I'm not hitting a certain condition? Is that what... That's what I'm, like, stuck at, and I want to get sort of past that. maybe we should just scrap this and write again. You know what? Let's do it. Let's reset a blank slate. And let's try to figure out this again. So, we have a function groceries, takes an array of items, blah, 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 blah. The function should return a string with each item separated by a comma, except the last two items should be separated by the word and. So we have three conditions. No, not three conditions. We have two conditions. We have a condition where we have more than one item in the list, and we have a condition when we have just one item or 0 items. Right? So it makes sense, for me at least, to start with an if condition. Right? So if object array length is, so let's start with the simplest case, is less or equal to 1. In that case, we simply return object array 0 dot item. Right, but this handles only if the array has at least one item. Now you can test your solution by just pressing array with one item. Sure. Let's do that. There we go. Good. Carrots. Let's log the length away. Okay, so this works. Then, otherwise, right, because the other case is that we have more than one item. So if that's the case, I want to do a new array. Let's say items, and let's just keep an empty array. The else statement gonna create a lot of mess. That if can live on its own. Oh. You can initiate another if to separate the concerns. Okay, I guess, yeah, that would be viable as well. So if object array dot length is greater than 1, then we spin up a for loop. So, or let I equal 0. No, not 0. Object array dot length minus 1. Our stopping condition would be when I has reached 0. And then we decrement I by 1. If you only have 2 items, you can store the values in 2 variables. One for the first item, one for the second item. Yes. You can. but that would require writing another if statement. And I want to write this if statement to handle both if there's 2 and more than 2. This avoids if loop nestings. Okay, for the sake of practice, let's do it. If object array dot length is equal to 2, the problem is the 2 items means chocolate and banana. Yeah, that's what we want. So we can just, but if there's more than 2 items, it returns chocolate, banana, and something. Yeah, that's why I was trying to think of a logic where it would, as it's iterating using the for loop, it would be able to tell when when you arrive basically at the last item, and then you input the and before the last item, and then you toss it into the items array. Do you get what I'm trying to say here? You can just do the if plus a loop plus a last if inside for that special case, or you can separate the concerns. Okay. All right, so it's one of the cases where I was trying to do a clever thing, but I'm not clever enough for the clever thing. So doing it the simpler way would have been way faster. No, I mean writing separative statements is easier, because here you can handle when the array is length 2, you can just simply return string with object array 0 dot item and object array 1 dot item. Yeah, and then for all the other cases is if it's more than 2, then we can do another sneaky thing where we can wait, something's happening that's not supposed to be happening. Instantly get what's going on. Yeah, I should practice writing more concisely instead of trying to write cleverly. Or rather, I should try and practice separation of, I guess, of steps, of concerns. Wait, I'm having a problem here locating one of the things here. This gets closed here, this gets closed here. Oh, we're missing one more. There we go. All right, so if we pass the 2 items, we spin up a for loop, and okay, no, never mind. I'm going back into my complex thing. But, I guess we could do that. Okay, I'm gonna try my version again. So if wait, we have two possible things. Is when we're iterating, right? So we have our I. But wait, okay, no, fuck. Let's toss the for loop away. Oh. Last thing is the hardest. That's why I'll let you struggle. Struggling is learning. Yes, it is. Okay, well, essentially what we need, right, is we need to know what the last item is. And we can do that easily with, where was it? Last index of. So, okay, let's get the last item. Okay, const last item equals object array dot last what? Oh, it's a string method. Damn it. Array methods. Find last, I think. Method of array instance iterates an array in reverse order and returns the value of the first element. Fine, it'll do. Find last. Wait, we don't know what we're finding. We need the... No. Find last index, which returns the value of the last element that satisfies the testing condition. No. Wait, we can just do pop, I think. Get the last element in array in JavaScript. To get the last element in array, you get the array's length property and get the element at index length -1. It's so simple, yet how the hell did I not think of that? Yeah, it makes sense. But, or we could do the thing that I just came up with and do pop. But I think this will just remove it, even if there is pop. It's not pop, is it? I'm looking at string. Damn it. There is pop. And pop removes the last element from an array and returns that element. This method changes the length of the array. Avoid using JS methods when possible, because when I'm working with other languages, there isn't pop. Sometimes is. The two languages that I know so far both have pop. But what I'm worried about now is that it modifies the original array. Is a mutating method. It changes the length and the content of this. So if we actually check console log object array before and after popping it, it should have two different things. Wait, no. We need to add more items. Yeah. It just removes it. It doesn't work like Python. Fine. Okay. Let's do it the proper way. Python the devil. Oh wait, it doesn't actually matter if we remove it or not, because we're moving all the elements into the new array anyway. So it's fine. We remove it. Sure, we have the last item. Then we can just say last item equals and plus last item. So we add and to it. And then we can spin a for loop. Me and for loops. Just a simple one where we say let, no, where we say for for item of object array, we can simply push all of the things into the new array. So items dot push object array dot we need to iterate through them. Wait. Items dot push. This should be probably let. Is it? Or of const element. Yes. Or const. I'll get through this, I promise. Items push object array. So we are, no, we don't need the, just do item. Yeah, so we push everything in there, and then finally, after the loop, we just simply add on the last item. So items dot push last item. Console log your items array. You will. Ooh. To see where you're at after the if. Okay, let's not rush. I always get this, like, when I get past a hurdle, I'm like, okay, let's go. To see where you're at after the if. Okay, console log items. You're trying to code the whole thing at once. Step by step, yes. Failed because last item equals and plus last item. Assignment to constant variable. Right. And then we're getting undefined. Okay, let's take a step back. Let's chill. Let's relax. Console log your array line 21. Mean here? Okay. Console log. Console log. Items. Okay, yeah. We got the things that we needed to get. Wait, no, we don't. Yeah, don't get the actual value. Push item. There is as far as I know, you can access object value, Oh, right. I got confused because I'm using the same variable. Right. You're right. I should be either doing item.item. Yeah. Yeah. Never name your variables the same. Okay, so now we're getting what we want. So we push all the things, and then we simply push the last item. I think that's the last thing. I always go with data when I use a for of loop, and with key when I use for in loop. So I'm never confused. Yeah, I should probably settle on a similar naming practice, so I don't jump around, because typically the way I name it is like, if I can describe a singular of an object, then I just use the singular. If I can't, I just use the item. But I guess a singular of this object would be object, so then I wouldn't have gotten stuck. Okay. So the last step, singular works for simple arrays? Yeah. So the last step would be to simply items.push our last item on top. And so, no, our last item is also last item.item. There we go. And let's leave a space here, and gerbils. So we have that, and we can finally, instead of the console log, well, we can just write return items.split with empty commas, I think. Split. I think it's split. No. All right, join. There's another method. Okay, well, with the help of Checkem, we finally got through it. Now, the final test will be pasting this thing in here and seeing if it accepts. So, no errors. Let's check the answer. Tested groceries, items, lettuce, onions, tomatoes, and it did not return lettuce, onion, and tomatoes. What did it return? Let's take a look. Wait, let's delete this. It returned an empty list. Huh. Okay, let's check things out. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, I think it's the commas. We're supposed to add commas. No, but we're getting an output here. Lettuce, onions, and tomatoes. I don't get it. Yeah. That's what I'm also thinking about. But I don't think that's the problem. Maybe. Because... Okay, so we should probably do the for of gonna make trouble. We'll need a classic for loop that follows through all the items except for the last and the second last ones. Let's try something else instead. Since our problem is that we can't add commas at the end here, let's add them somewhere else. We have our items array. And we push all the items here. So after we push all the items, we can simply say item string or something. Wait. Const item string equals and items dot join with a comma, right? And then instead of pushing it into the array, we can simply, should probably be let. We can simply item string plus equals last item dot item. Wait, no, last item. And then we return the item string. The return item string. Item string is not defined. Yes, it is. Item string, item string. 24. Yeah. Oh. Out of scope. Oh. Ah. I guess we just do that outside then. And last item has the same problem. Oh, never mind. We can simply declare item string here equals an empty string. Let's do like that. Then we get the last item. We assign it to a variable. Then we can access it from within here. So item string equals items dot join, and then we add on to the last thing, and then should be able to do that. Ugh. Items is not defined. 14. No, we don't need those. Okay, I'm getting. Never mind. I'm gonna take a little break because for some reason I'm getting kind of distracted. I'm making stupid mistakes. So I'll take a break, pet the dog, stretch my legs, drink some water, and I'll be back in 10. Okay, let's get back into this goddamn diggity function, and let's knock it out of the ballpark. Okay, so we still need the array because we're joining the thing later on in the if clause here, obviously, but we're gonna do the last item assignment somewhere else. Let's clean this up a little bit. So item string equals item join. Items join. This probably this is the for loop. We push the thing, and we can do this outside of the loop here, right? Let me think. We initialize a string, and we join all the items in the new array that we created with all the items except for the last item, because we popped that out. Yes. And so let's console log the item string and let's see what we have. So we have lettuce and onions with a comma. That's good. And so all we have to do is item string plus equals, or we don't really need to do that here. We can just do it in the return statement, which will be item string plus plus last item. No, because we don't have access to that. Okay, let's think about scope. Let's remember what we have learned about scope. Variables declared within functions are likely not accessible outside of those functions. Or outside of blocks. So, if I want to do this, I need to do it within this block. Yes. So we probably should initiate a item string variable here so that we get to use it both here and here. So that's this scope, and that's here. Yeah, so here we already have can remove the let line 13. No, we we pull out the last item. We assign an and to it. Then let's remove this console log here. Then we push all the items into the array. Then what we need to do is have an item string which we can do here. So we have all the things there. I got lost again. We push. Okay, let's initiate another practice that I should be initiating normally, which is commenting. Let's say we get the last item of array. We add and to it. Then we push all the remaining items in the array into, well, we push the items of all the remaining objects into a new array. So we should probably also have the last item. We should initialize it up here as well. Because now your problem is that you're also pushing the second last item in your array. No. Also pushing the second last item in your array. Am I? Yeah, I'm popping the last. We add and to it. And then we push the rest of the items in there. Well, I haven't yet. Yeah, but I haven't yet added the last item. It shouldn't receive because we get the item string here. We add all the commas here. And the comma should not be assigned after the last item. Yeah, not like this last item, but like last item of the new array. So whatever we add in the return statement, it should just be the last item, which is and last item. No? Hey, Kak! Long time no see. Second last item. Come before the and gonna be the problem. It's not available where you try and add it. Yes, that's what I'm thinking about right now. Okay, let's ignore this. That comma before the and gonna be the problem. Oh, I see. But no, it shouldn't be because the second to last item should not receive a comma after it. Because it's the last item in the array. Okay, let's see. If we console log the item string. See, it doesn't receive the another comma after the onions. Before? We can do both. But there's nothing there before. Yeah, like... So at this point, we have the item string. The only problem that we have is that we cannot access the last item in this scope here. So we have to move it somewhere else. And what I'm thinking is that we probably don't even need the if statement. Or, okay, fine, we do. But, because it's locked to this scope. Well, I guess the easiest way would be to do last item and just do empty commas as well. And then here, instead of like initiating a variable, we can just do this. And now we have access to it. Not item string, but item. What? You can store directly your last item. Doesn't have to be an empty string. Oh, like this? Oh, right, yeah, I remember. You can just let them be like this. Okay, so at this point, all we have to do is just return Pascal muscle memory. What we can do is just return the item string plus last item. And we need a space between the and. Okay, so we got everything. Except here, I think we also need to have a period at the end as well. So we can do last item plus dot. Okay, now the final test is whether Codecademy will accept this. No errors. Let's check the answer. What? Tested lettuce, onions, and tomatoes, and it did not return lettuce, onions, and tomatoes. Oh, we don't need a dot, maybe. I was mistaken. There we go. There we go. Finally. You can't see the result. There. My God. What a trip. But it was worth it. I learned more things. Just have to internalize the fact doesn't matter how long you spend grueling over a problem, you learn something every time. Even if it is for 5 minutes and then you forget it later and then you have to re-remember it, but maybe it just makes it easier to re-remember. All right, let's check your solution. Wait, we did. Did we not? Right. We did check your solution. I think this was it. Yeah. So, groceries, right. Last item. So you split out the last item by doing the last item access properly, unlike me. Right, you get the last item, and then you get the second to last item by -2. Right, makes sense. And then array.item plus sentence. Then you spin up a for loop of the length -2. Right, because you don't need to add commas to everything. And then you just put commas everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, and then you just return the sentence. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's definitely probably a better way to do it than just stacking a bunch of if statements and whatnot. But typically, how I solve these is like I have this idea of how to solve it, or like a sort of algorithm in my head a little bit, if I'm lucky, and then I try to go with it. So that's the kind of algorithm I had in the beginning. But I mean, yeah. Probably this would have been way easier. Just get the last item, get the second to last item, toss in commas everywhere but the two, and then return the sentence plus the last items. That's way simpler than mine. More elegant. Okay, let's close some of these windows. This place is getting crowded. Let's keep the cheat sheet open. Let's keep... what is this? This is our array methods. String methods. This we can close, this we can close, this we can close. Okay. Finally, we can move on. So, proper challenge now. Or a proper project now. Credit card checker. The project is slightly different than others you've encountered thus far in Codecademy. Instead of a step-by-step tutorial, this project contains a series of open-ended requirements which describe the project you'll be building. There are many possible ways to correctly fulfill all of these requirements, and you should expect to use the internet, Codecademy, and other resources when you encounter a problem that you cannot easily solve. 1D checkers. Context. So the company that you work for suspects that credit card distributors have been mailing out cards that have invalid numbers. In this project, you have the role of a clerk who checks if credit cards are valid. Every other clerk currently runs using pencil and paper, but you'll be optimizing the verification process using your knowledge of functions and loops to handle multiple credit cards at a time. Unlike the other clerks, you can spend the rest of your time relaxing. And don't we love that? As you progress through the setups, use terminal and console log statements to check the output and of your loops and functions. So, invalid can be either valid or invalid. Okay, let's start. Look over the starter code. There are 15 arrays that each contain the digits of separate credit card numbers. They all have prefixes to reflect their status. In example, variables that start with valid contain valid numbers. Invalid do not, and mystery can be either. There are also a batch array that stores all of the provided credit cards in a single array. Okay. You'll use these arrays later to check if your functions are working properly. All right. So, we have to create a function, valid cred. So const valid cred equals, it has a parameter of an array. The purpose of valid cred is to return true when an array contains digits of a valid cred card number and false when it is invalid. What? Is to return true when an array, so we're passing in some other arrays. When an array contains digits of a valid credit card number and false when it's invalid. This function should not mutate the values of the original array. To find out if a credit number is valid or not, use the Loon algorithm. Generally speaking, an algorithm is a series of steps that solve a problem. The Loon algorithm is a series of mathematical calculations used to validate certain identification numbers. The calculations in the Loon algorithm can be broken down as the following steps. Starting from the farthest digit to the right, aka the check digit, iterate to the left. As you iterate to the left, every other digit is doubled. The check digit is not doubled. If the number is greater than 9 after doubling, subtract 9 from its value. Sum up all the digits in the credit card number. If the sum modulo 10 is 0, then the number is valid. Otherwise, it's invalid. Okay. It sounds complicated, but I think maybe we can do this. So we're probably gonna need a for loop. We will have to double the digits. So we'll need a separate array to store the modified credit card number, and then we can sum it up, and we'll get there when we get there. Okay, so let's just have let new card num. Okay. So then we spin up a for loop. A backwards one. Iterating backwards. Through the array. So for I equals array dot length -1. Wait, is it -1? I keep forgetting. If we're gonna use this for indexing, okay, we'll see. So our stopping condition is when I reaches 0. Yes. And then we just decrement I. So let's see what happens when we just console log I here. And we validate red and we pass in, let's say, valid 1. Could not find invalidate cred. Excuse me. What did I write? Validate. Valide. Validate. And console. No, we don't have to do that. All right, let's, just for the practice sake, let's take this back into VS Code. Let's create us a new hard validator.js. All right. So, right, I have to scroll up to, wait, no, I don't. So, oh, no. Control C. Yes. And then we do here. We just do the card validator.js. And then we run it again. And then it should work. Yes. Yes, I think. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Okay. So, how come this doesn't do the thing? Array length -1. And console log I. Validate cred. And we pass in the array. So how come is not printing anything? valid one. We take the array. Okay. New card num. Cannot read properties of undefined. Well, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Bum 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 bum. I'm doing something wrong with for loops, it seems. Oh, I think... Yep. Every time. But it's still not printing I. Okay, let's just copy paste this. I want to see if it works. It works. So what the hell am I doing wrong? Our I is the length of the array, -1. Stopping condition determines when to stop looping. When the expression evaluates to false. Oh. Okay, less while I is more than 0. Yep. Such a simple thing. Yes, because, right. It stops when it evaluates to false. Since this was equal, it will never evaluate to false because... Oh wait, why? While I is more... So if we say I equals... Right, if we say I equals 0, it will evaluate to false and it will stop. It's not going to even run. So we have to start with something that evaluates to true, which is in this case where I is up higher than 0, of course. Okay. It's the basics, man. It's the basics that get you. All right. So we are looping through the numbers. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Good. Exactly what we need. No. Or equal to 0, I think. Now it doesn't work anymore. Wait, what just happened? It worked a second ago. Now it's broken again? What? So stop running when I is less is this for loop logic is getting on my brain. When the expression evaluates to false. So this, since this is true, it should run. Because I is more than 0. And if we add a equal, that should also run because more or equal to 0. But it's not running anymore. Oh, it's running because... It'll run either infinitely or not at all. No, it didn't run because I didn't... It did run. It just, I didn't put in the console log to see it run. That's the problem. Okay. So... now we are getting somewhere. Except, we should probably do -2 because we need the index values and not the numbers themselves, or not the sequential numbers themselves. So, now we have a loop running backwards. Starting from the farthest digit to the right, iterate to the left. That's what we're doing. As you iterate to the left, every other digit is doubled. So, 8 is not doubled, 0 is doubled. Let's leave the console log here. So, odd numbers, odd index positions will be doubled, and the even index positions will not be doubled. So, we can start building out our new credit card number. So, what do we have to do exactly? Well, we just add the numbers one by one and check whether they mod from 2. So we need an if statement. So if if array I no if I mod 2 equals 0, that'll give us the odd numbers. No, that'll give us the even numbers. We simply... Does it matter how we push them into a new one? No. Because we'll just sum them all up later. Okay, so we can do new card number dot push array I. And we can write this as a ternary expression even, simplifying it a little bit by saying, wait, yeah, I mod 2 equals 0, and if so, we do new card number. But then whether first digit is doubled depends on whether array length is even. Oh, good point. I should probably not tie it to that. Bum 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 bum. Okay, so independent of length. How do we... You can start with 0 and check until it's equal to array length. What does that give me? Because I need to iterate backwards through the number. Iterate array backwards, just use the use negative. How? Where do I type in the minus I? Like here? No, but does it matter? Like... Because... I'm thinking. Either way, I'm gonna achieve the same thing. So I don't really need to see whether it's even or odd. I was choosing even or odd because it just happened to work with this one. But the last item won't be necessarily even or odd. So, to circumvent that, I have to do what? Because I can't rely on the numbers themselves. I can't rely... Yeah, I know, first digit should not be doubled. Because we can't rely on the numbers themselves, we can't rely on the index positions. So we need to have some kind of switch going off. Ooh, a switch. TypeScript plus React time. Good luck. See you next time, people. Hey, check him. Thanks for coming out. Good luck on your project. Thanks for helping me out and helping me out with the VS Code. I hope you enjoyed your time here. Hope to see you tomorrow. I will be online from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. GMT plus 2 time. Or, you know, join whenever you want. Hang out. Tell me all about your TypeScript adventures. Alright, see you around, man. Good luck. Which time is it for you? Currently it's 2:47 p.m. It's 7. Oh, yeah. Oh, so you're an hour backwards. Okay. Alright, bye-bye. Right, so like I said, we can just have a switch. And flip the switch every time. Oh. Let's say flop. And we can flop it every time for each of these. So so sir, since first item is always not doubled, let's set our flop to false. And then if the flop is false, if flop equals false, then we simply add the item to the array. Actually, flop equals false, question mark. Then we take the item from the array. So array I, and we add it to our new array. So new card num dot push. Right. And otherwise, we do the same, except we multiply, we double that item. So times 2. I think this should work. Let's take a look at what this produces. New card num. Oh. Cannot read properties of undefined. Do. Oh, right. Yes. And should have done a normal if statement. For some reason, ternary, this whole thing attracts me more than it should. Can I just do a comma outside the if? Oh, right. You're right. So flop. No. Okay, no, never mind. I'm gonna just do these simple if statements. It's just easier for me. So if flop equals false, Ba, 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 ba. What is this music that's playing? It's kind of... let's do... There we go. So if the flop is false, we new card number dot push array I, and then we flip the switch. Flop equals true. True. Otherwise, flop equals not flop. Yeah, that's one way to do it, I guess. What's the advantage of doing this way? Else new card number dot push array I times 2. And then we flop the flop again. You can do it outside the if. Can I? Oh yeah, I guess I can. Flop equals does not equal flop. So, still not happy. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading push. Right, so I think our problem might be something here. Again, with the for loop initiation, we're not getting the correct indexes, I think. No. We already have that. Okay, let's comment this out and take a look. Unexpected end of input? What? Oh, we're missing a thing. Okay, so 14, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Should be 15. There we go. Yes. I counted it wrong the first time around. Cannot read properties of undefined. Arrays are 0 based, by the way. Yeah, I know. So this is the arrays we're iterating through. Oh, right. Damn it. Yeah, you're right. Wait. You are absolutely correct. Like if I didn't want to initialize it as an array, I could do no, I couldn't do anything. Never mind. Okay, now it runs, and we simply console log new card num to see what's inside. So we have 16, 0, 16, 12, 2, 0, blah, 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 blah. That's doubled. That's not doubled. That's doubled. That's... Wait, that's not doubled. Wait a sec. So it starts by doubling. If false, do this. Otherwise, do this. So it starts with false, and it shouldn't double. It should just push it. Or, oh no, it's pushing from the other side. But that also doesn't make sense. Because 8... No, it's pushing to the end. Does if I is negative. Can't get negative. Wait. Let's see what it pushes exactly at which instance. So, let's craft a real crafty console log message. So it starts with false, so it should go operation I am pushing array dot array I. And then we do the same thing over here. Okay, so it starts with this. It pushes 8. So yeah, it starts backwards. Operation 14. Oh, this should be times 2. Okay, so it pushes 16. Wait a sec. No, it's fine. It pushes 16, which it shouldn't. Because the flop is false. And if the flop is false, it should push just the array. This is weird. What if we just do true? Same thing. What? If flop equals false. Oh, never mind. Sometimes I wish I never learned Python beforehand. Nope, it's not. Okay, there we go. So, we have what we're supposed to have, probably. We have 8, then we have 0, we have 8, and then we double 6, so we get 12, we get 1, we have 0, we have 1, 0. This should be 16. Because this doubles, this doubles, this doubles. Oh no, it shouldn't. Okay, yeah, it should work now. Damn. I guess that's how you know the end of the day is approaching. You make mistakes like that. Alright, let's okay, let's take a break. Let's do a 10-minute and we'll probably finish this today. Likely. So it might be the case that we won't finish the goddamn Python syntax part 2 today. Oh well. We'll see. Okay, I'll be back in 10. This can be written in 3 lines of common Lisp. I will believe you, Kek. And I won't question that statement. Okay, BRB. All right. I have rested my sore brain. Let's get back. All right, so we are doing the things that we want to do. We're flopping and we're consoling, and everything's working, at least so far. Just one last test. 808, 12, 1. 808, 12, 1. Yep, okay. So now we have a new array with the modified credit card number. So now we just have to sum everything up and right, I scrolled too far down. Now we have to sum it all up and mod the result by 10. So let's write ourselves a little helper function. Add array equals 0. Wait, what am I doing? No. Add array equals we take in an array and we output return we need A and B, and return A plus B, so that we can result const result equals new card num dot reduce add array. I think that's how it works. Well, let's see what the result gives us. $107. Let's check if that's correct, because I don't trust it. 8 plus 8 plus 13 plus 8 plus 9 plus 14 plus 7 plus plus 12 plus 9 plus 6 plus 5 plus 8. 107. Good. Extension warp. Doggy awake, so cute. Yes, he is. Welcome, Extension Warp. I know exactly who you are. You can't hide your real identity from me. Okay, so we are getting this. And then we can simply directly mod this from 10. Right? And so this will return if the credit card is valid or not. So we got back 7, but we should have gotten back something else. Sum up all the digits in the credit card number. If the sum modulo 10 is 0, very cute dog with appropriately sized pen. If the sum modulo 10 is 0, it should be 0. What are we doing? Let's do some manual calculation. So 8 plus 0 plus 8 plus 6 plus 2 plus... No, I'm lost again. Let's do like so. So this remains 0, and this remains 8. This becomes 12. This remains 1. This remains 0. Double, not double, double, not double, double, not double, double. This 14, not double, double. This 12, not double, double. 6, not double. And finally, double. And so... 8 plus 5 plus 6 plus 9 plus 12 plus 7 plus 14 plus 9 plus 8 plus 1 plus 12 plus 8 plus 8. 107. It doesn't make sense. 107 mod 10 is 7. So this is an invalid number. Did I miss something? Starting from the farthest digit to the right. Iterate to the left. As you iterate to the left, every other digit is doubled. The check digit is not doubled. Oh, this is what I missed. If the number is greater than 9 after doubling, subtract 9 from its value. Ah. Okay. So here, with the doubling, we need a new if statement. If array I times 2 is greater than is greater than 9, then we have to subtract 9 from its value. So we just do this minus 9. Otherwise, we just push it normally. Yes. There we go. Finally. Okay. That was a problem. Gotta read better. Okay, let's clean up the code. This here, this here, this here. Okay. So essentially what we get is 0, which confirms that we have a valid credit card number. So our function works. Then we need another function, find invalid cards, that has one parameter for a nested array of credit card numbers. The role of find invalid cards is to check through the nested array for which numbers are invalid and return another nested array of invalid cards. So find invalid cards equals a nested array So we just iterate through the nested array. So for hey, Christian B Dev, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're doing some JavaScript, and we're currently working on a project to be able to automate our imaginary work as a banking clerk who checks credit card numbers for being valid or invalid. So for let's say an array in or of nested array, we want to invoke validate cred on it, and if it returns, right, we need to return something. So here we should probably also add a return statement. So return, we can write a ternary expression. That's going to be stored. So if result equals 0, no, not result. We have to return either true or false based on what the result is. So we return, if it's equals 0, then we return true, otherwise return false. So this 0 down here should become a true when we hit Control. It did not. No, it did not, because I did not print it out. So console log. There we go. Okay, so it returns true now. So we simply write another if statement checking for the result of validate cred. So if validate cred with the array returns true, we have to do what? We have to add it to a new array. So let's initialize another array. Invalid cards equals an empty array. So if... Oh, actually, we only need to find the invalid ones. So if it equals false, we simply invalid cards dot push array. And yeah, that should, theoretically at least, return all the invalid cards. Invalid cards. Okay, let's pass in, instead of this, let's pass in the whole batch. So find invalid cards, batch. Huh. And we got back an empty array. Okay, something's off. We are iterating through the arrays. Let array where's my for loops again? Yeah, this should work. So we're not passing this. Find invalid cards. Batch. Let's pass the batch here. Give that doggo a pet. Joker, welcome to the stream. Sure, I can give him a pet. He was about to sleep, but... Yeah, come here. I come here. I come here. Hey, you want a pet? You want a pet? Huh? Want a pet? Go on. Go on. You want a pet? Want a pet? A big step. Okay, I gotta go to work. There we go. Yeah, he's only happy when he's playing. Otherwise, he looks very sad for some reason. He has a resting sad face. And he's typically more sad in the morning because he really likes my girlfriend, and whenever she leaves to work, he just becomes really mopey for a while until I guess he forgets that she's gone, and he gets excited around the time where I finish work and where she finishes work. Then he gets ultra jumpy. Okay, so let's get back. Invalid cards, push, array. So let's console log the array that we are pushing in here and see what do we have. Let's also probably remove all of these console logs here, just so they don't get in the way. That's fine. That's fine. There we go. Okay, so we're not able to validate this for some reason. Okay, let's see what the array is over here. Okay, so we do get an array. We get an array, then we pass it into here. Yeah, no problem, Joker. Validate cred. Validate cred. Okay, let's do another console log before validate cred. And we will simply call the function here. Okay, true. Oh wait, we have our return statement in a wrong position, as per usual. Holy crap, we are actually writing this whole thing wrong. Or are we? Wait, no, we're fine. We're fine. Never mind. I got scared. I thought I didn't separate these two functions. So there we go. So we are printing what we need to print now. Let's remove this print statement and return invalid cards. And so we can finally console log this entire batch. And yes, we have an array full of invalid cards, of which there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's probably going to be 5 from the invalid pile, and probably 3 more from this pile. Okay. So done. So after finding all the invalid credit card numbers, it's also necessary to identify credit card companies that have possibly issued these faulty numbers. Create a function, ID invalid card companies, that has one parameter for a nested array of invalid numbers and returns an array of companies. Currently, there are 4 accepted companies, which each have unique first digits. The following table shows which digit is unique to which company. Oh, so we're gonna see based on the first digit. If the number doesn't start with any of the numbers listed, print out the message like company not found. ID invalid card company should return an array of companies that have mailed out cards with invalid numbers. The array should not contain duplicates. Even if there are 2 invalid Visa cards, Visa should only appear once in the array. All right. So we need a new function. Let's get rid of this console log. Let's add some comments actually, because I'm gonna forget what I'm writing here. This function returns true or false. No, it does not. It returns. No, it does return true or false based on whether the credit card number is legit or not. And this function returns all the invalid credit card numbers from a batch of credit cards. Okay, so now we need a new function. ID invalid card companies. It should take what? One parameter for a nested array of invalid numbers. So invalid array. And it should return. Right, I should get into the habit of writing my return functions immediately after initializing a function. So what do we need to return? We need to return And returns an array of companies. Okay. So let's do const companies equals this. And we just return it. Return companies. Okay, so based on the first number of the credit card number, we can either, we have 4 cases. Actually, we should do nested, invalid nested array. Okay, this seems like a job for a switch statement, to be honest. Because currently we have 4, 5, 3, 6. So we just have to read the first number of the array. And that's it. Wait, no. We have to iterate through the nested array and then check the first number and then have a switch. Right. So for company, let company of invalid new for invalid card of invalid nested array, valid card, let's say num of invalid nested array. We do what? We have to check the first number of the invalid card number and match it against cases. So let's open up a reminder. How do we write switches again? Okay. So we do switch. And we will be checking the first number. So invalid card number 0. Right. And cases where it is 3. No, we just do like that. Okay. So cases where it's 3, we add the company Amex to the company list. So companies dot push Amex Amex American Express. Right. And then case where it is 4, we companies dot push Visa case 5, we companies dot push MasterCard and case 6 companies dot push discover. And any other cases, we simply companies dot push company not found. Company not. Oh, it should print out a message. So we don't push anything. We just console log company not found. All right. So that should cover that. Now, the only problem that I foresee is that we will have duplicates. But let's test it out. So first things first, we have to pass find invalid cards. We have to pass in the whole batch. And let's assign that to a new variable. Const invalid cards equals like so. And then we pass in it's called lame companies equals ID invalid card companies, and we pass in the invalid cards. Right, so then when we console log lame companies, we should get, yeah, we're getting duplicates. What is it I'm building here? We're actually doing an exercise or a mini project for a course on becoming a backend developer. Essentially, this project is asking us to pretend that we're a bank clerk, and our job is to check whether certain credit card numbers are valid or invalid. And there's a special formula for it to calculate it. So you have to use that formula, figure out whether the credit card number is valid or invalid, and then you have to see which bank sent the number. Now the question is whether this is correct, first of all. So let's console log and see how many invalid cards we actually have. Invalid cards dot length. So we should have 8. But we're getting a lot more than just 8. What? Wait a sec. We passed in the invalid cards, which should be the batch. Right? That should be correct. Yeah, it's the credit card numbers themselves. So we are receiving the correct thing. So for invalid card number in the nested array, let's take these out. Let's see what do we get here. Okay. Hmm. Huh. Invalid card numbers. So we're getting them properly. And we're matching. We should be matching them correctly too. Okay, let's add checks to see what are we actually matching here. Um, wait, evaluates an expression, matching the expression's value against a series of case clauses and executes statements after the first case clause with a matching value until a break statement is encountered. Oh, I think the problem is that we didn't add breaks. Or not breaks, we should be adding continues, I think. Or maybe it doesn't matter. So what are you up to, Joker? Are you programming as well? Lots of people that come here, they program things themselves. Or are you just chilling? Ah, chilling at work, okay. What do you do, if you don't mind me asking? There we go. Okay, so now we actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 values. There we go. I can guess. Can you give Doggo another pet? I will in a couple of minutes once I'm done streaming. Software developer? God damn. How long have you been a software developer? Okay, so now if we 5 years, goddamn. How come the only people that come to my stream are like experienced, grizzled veterans of software development? Like I feel so inferior in front of everybody. Just doing these like little exercises pretending like I'm doing serious shit. I mean, it's something. It's better than half a year, as it is in my case. Yep, time flies when you have fun. Doggo is in serious need of pets. It will get plenty of pets after the stream, I promise you. Morp. I keep forgetting what I was doing. So we return the companies and... Alright, so we can just get rid of essentially all of these console log statements. This, and this. And so if we... And so if we now console log the lame companies, there we go. But as I said, the only problem is that we still have extension morp. Thank you for the follow. Okay, in essence, in celebration of the follow, I will joker around here. Thank you also for the follow. So in the what was the word? I forgot the word. In the celebration of the 2 follows, I will go pet the dog. Hello. The viewers have bought you follows. Yeah, they bought you follows. They bought you pets. They bought you some pets. Yeah. Over there. Oh, you're falling. Yeah. There we go. Dog is happy, Morp is happy, I am happy, everybody's happy. Okay. Now if we could only find a quick way to get rid of duplicates, that would be fun. I'm fairly certain there is a method in Python to get rid of duplicates, but I don't know if there is one in JavaScript. Array method. Maybe you can put them in set. Good point. But I will check for a method nonetheless. Method to remove duplicates. Oh, set, yeah. Or for each. Okay, yeah, okay. So all we have to do here with the return, we just do set, not set interval, but just set. Like that. No, not happy. Set is not defined. Is it capital S? No. Or is it companies.set? No. Set is not a function. You put array into new set. Set it yourself. The what? Set method. We have an array. No, you're not confusing me. I'm just Oh, we can actually, right? We, instead of having companies as an array, we can do a set, right? That should work. No. Because that's not how you initialize a set. Like this? No. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. New set like a class. Using the set constructor and the spread syntax. You mean like this? Wait, no, I can... this is how you create unique values. Note that the unique will be an array. New set turns it into a set, but ... turns it back into an array again. Okay, so we can just use that. So we do array ... new set companies. Unexpected token on line 64. Oh. There we go. Okay. I'll have to look into what's up with these ... new, I guess tomorrow or some other day. But yeah, okay, the final test, the monumental test that we have to do right now, right this second, has nothing to do with new. ... has nothing to do with new. Okay. We have to copy and paste this into the Codecademy's editor and see if it works. So let's save it. If you'd like to challenge yourself further, you could consider the following. Use different credit card numbers from a credit card number generator and validator site. To make it easier to test credit cards, create a function that accepts a string and converts it into an array of numbers, like the initially provided arrays. Create a function that will convert invalid numbers into valid numbers. Okay, we'll leave this for either tomorrow or never, because I'm running out of time a little bit. But the final test here is... Oh, there is no final test. They don't provide test conditions for these. So the only test conditions are the ones up above. So it works. Okay, we finished the project. Awesome. So tomorrow, unfortunately, we weren't able to finish the part 2 syntax. Syntax part 2 today. So tomorrow in the morning, we'll jump straight into another challenge project, and we will finish with a review. And probably after that, well, not probably, definitely after that, we'll be jumping into building interactive websites with JavaScript, which will involve a lot of things: JavaScript and the DOM events in JavaScript, and HTML forms. And after that, we will be visiting JavaScript part 3. All right. Let's see. Let's see, who do we have to raid today? Together rated channel. Who is online? Okay, Will's online. Alright, we'll be rating Will. He's essentially doing the same thing. He is learning programming, but on top of that, he is also sometimes learning Japanese, drawing, and gaming. So his content is a little bit more varied than my content. But if you want some more JavaScript, a further JavaScript fix, he's a good choice. He's learning through Exorcism website, so their projects are a bit more, how to say, realistic, I guess. But who knows? Okay, so thank you all for whoever came out today, whoever watched the stream. A special thanks you. Exorcism is a bit harsh. Special thanks for Joker for sticking around, for Keck. Check him for helping me with VS Code. And yeah, special thanks to you guys. Extension Morp for making me pet my dog. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, GMT +2 from 8 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If you've missed any VODs or if you want to check my previous streams, most of them are on YouTube. We typically program during the week and then we game during the weekend. So last weekend we did a lot of Elden Ring. So those VODs, at least one of them is already on YouTube and I'll probably upload the other one today. But both of them are in the Twitch VODs if you want to check that out. So yeah, thank you all. I will see you tomorrow. Let's start the raid. It's probably going to be a couple of seconds. It takes 10 seconds. And yeah.